I came when you had nothing left, not when you were managing, not when you still had options on the table. I came at the exact moment the last option ran out, when the weight in your chest made breathing feel like work, when you closed your eyes that night not sure you wanted to open them again. That is where I stepped in. Not before, not after. Right there in the middle of the wreck. You were not holding on by a thread when I arrived. The thread had already snapped. And that is not a coincidence. That is not me arriving late. It is me arriving at the only moment when what I bring can actually take root. When there is nothing left of your own effort to get in the way. I need you to understand something about how I work. I do not wait for you to compose yourself before I come near. I do not hold back until you are presentable, until you have it together, until things look better. I come into the mess. I walk into the wreck. That has always been my way. That is my way right now with you. You have spent a long time being strong for the people around you, not because it felt natural, but because showing what was really happening inside carried a cost. You learned that early. Vulnerability got you wounded. Openness made you a target. Honesty made people uncomfortable or careless or cruel. So you built something solid around the real version of yourself. Walls that were never meant to be permanent, but that became the architecture of your daily life. Those walls protected you. I understand why you built them. But the same structure that kept pain from getting in also locked pain inside with no way out. You have been sealed in there with it, carrying it alone, managing it quietly while continuing to function on the outside. Over time, the weight of that became heavier than the original wound. Declare, I receive this, if these words are reaching your spirit right now. Today I am asking you to bring those walls down. Not for the world. The world does not need to see this, but for me. Because I cannot reach what stays buried. I cannot restore what you will not let me touch. The healing I am bringing is not surface level. To get to what is underneath, I need access to what has been locked away. There are things you said out loud and things you swallowed in silence. There are nights that would not end and mornings you got up anyway. There are moments when you held it together in front of others and fell apart the second you were alone. I know all of it. Not as a record against you. As the exact landscape I am stepping into today with full intention to change. You have been trying to understand why this happened to you. Your mind has gone over it hundreds of times, looking for the angle that makes it make sense. The answer that would make the pain feel worthwhile. You have not found it, because that kind of answer does not come from analysis. It does not come from working through it harder or thinking about it longer. What I am bringing you today goes past the mind. It reaches the place where the damage actually lives. What broke you was not random. I am not telling you it was good or that it should have happened the way it did. But I will tell you this. I did not leave you to face it alone. I have been present in this situation longer than you have been aware of me. Every turn it took, I was already there, not watching from a safe distance, inside the situation with you, working. You are still here. Let that settle for a moment. Everything that came against you, and you are still here. That is not just your resilience. Your resilience alone would have run dry long before now. What kept you standing when your own strength gave out was not your strength at all. It was something holding you that you did not place there yourself. I am the one who held you through the nights that should have broken you. I am the one who made a way when the weight was beyond what any person could carry on their own. I am not telling you this so you feel indebted. I am telling you so. You know what kind of God you are dealing with. The one who does not release what he holds. The one who does not abandon what he started. That is who is speaking to you right now. The pain you are carrying is not something I overlooked. There is no version of what you have been through that exists outside my awareness. I know the exact shape of what broke you. I know what you said to others and what you said to no one. I know the cost of the nights that had no end and the mornings you chose to stand anyway. None of it is beyond what I can reach. None of it is too far gone for what I intend to do. You are standing in what looks like ruin. I am standing in what I am about to build. Both things are true at the same time. The wreckage is real, and so is what I am about to do with it. My child, this is not the end of your story. It is the part of your story where I arrive. There is something that needs to be said about this moment you are in. Not every person who reaches this point stays long enough to hear what I have to say. Some leave, some shut down. Some manage the pain into numbness and go on without it ever really changing. You stayed. Whether that was a decision you made consciously or just the absence of enough strength to go anywhere else, you stayed. And that matters, because what I am bringing into this space requires you to be here for it. And you are here. The loneliness of suffering is its own category of pain. You can endure tremendous things if someone is walking alongside you. You can bear almost anything if the weight is shared. But when the pain is yours alone, when you carry it invisibly, when no one around you can see it or fully understand what it is costing you, that is when it becomes almost unbearable. That is the kind of pain you have been living with. You tried to describe it. You looked for the words, and either the words were not there, or when you found them, the person you gave them to could not hold them properly. They offered advice when you needed presence. They told you to be stronger when you needed acknowledgement. They moved on before you were ready. And after enough of that, you stopped trying. You sealed the pain inside and carried it alone. I need you to hear this clearly. Your pain is not dramatic. It is not an overreaction. There is nothing excessive about what you are feeling. You are genuinely hurt. The wound is real, and the fact that others could not see it, or could not sit with it, or did not have the capacity to stay, that says something about them. It says nothing about you. Say, "Yes, Lord, if you are ready to let me into this today." Here is what I want you to know about every moment you felt completely alone in this. I was there, not in a distant way, not as a passive observer recording what happened. Present, engaged, close. In the silence of the nights that had no end, I was in that silence. In the moments you could not speak what you were going through, I already knew. You were not unheard simply because no human voice answered. I moved quietly in those seasons. A thought that arrived out of nowhere and steadied you for one more day. A moment of unexplained peace in the middle of the worst stretch. Something that reached you at exactly the right time and felt like too much of a coincidence to be random. Those were not accidents. Those were deliberate, quiet interventions, but mine. You cannot know how many things I turned back from you in the darkest stretch. How many times I redirected what was heading toward you. The battles you never had to fight because I stopped them before they reached you. You did not see any of that. You were not meant to, but it happened. And you are still here in part because of it. The loneliness told you that you were forgotten. It told you that your situation was too small for heaven's attention, or too complicated for a solution, or that you had been left to navigate it on your own. Every one of those was a lie. The loneliness of pain is one of the cruelest distortions in existence, because it takes a wound that is already real and adds a false verdict to it. That verdict is not what I say about you. You are not a person I am tolerating from a distance. You are not a case number. You are not someone whose prayers are stacking up unanswered. You are the one I am speaking to right now, directly, specifically, with full attention. This is not a general broadcast. It is a personal word, and what I have to say to you is shaped by your actual situation, your history, your story. I know every detail of it. Your suffering did not happen in a vacuum. I was watching, not like a distant audience observing a spectacle, but like a father who cannot leave the room no matter what happens. There is no depth of pain that put you outside my reach. There is no darkness that made you invisible to me. You felt alone. That feeling was real. But the feeling was not the truth. The truth was that I was right there. I know what it cost you to keep going on the days you had no reason to. I know the specific conversations that cut deeper than they should have. I know the moment you realized a certain person was not going to come through for you. I know the night you decided not to ask for help anymore because asking had produced too much disappointment. I know all of it. None of it changed how I see you. None of it altered what I intend to do in your life. You have been seen, not from a vantage point outside your pain, but from inside it. That is where I have been all along, and now I am moving, not just to comfort you, but to change the actual situation. What I am doing goes beyond words that lift you for a season. It goes to the source. It addresses the root. And when I am finished, the isolation you carried will not just be managed. It will be replaced by something you have not yet experienced. The deep, settled knowledge that you are held. The double weight you have been carrying, the actual pain and the isolation of carrying it, ends here. Not because the circumstances have all changed yet, but because I am stepping into both. Into the wound itself, and into the empty space around it that felt so hollow. I am filling that space. You are not alone in this. You have not been. And from this point forward, that truth needs to settle in you like a foundation. Not a feeling that comes and goes, but a fact you return to even when the feeling is gone. What I am about to do in your life is not a surface adjustment. It is not a patch over the damage. Many things that call themselves healing are really just management. They keep the wound from getting worse, but they do not close it. They reduce the symptoms without reaching the cause. What I am bringing is different. I am going to the origin of the pain, the actual source. And that requires something from you that is harder than endurance. It requires honesty about what is actually there. There are rooms inside you that have been locked for a long time, not out of stubbornness, out of protection. You shut those doors because what was behind them was too heavy to carry and too dangerous to expose. You learned that bringing certain things into the light meant becoming vulnerable in ways that had cost you before. So you locked the doors and kept moving. Life, to outside observers, appeared to continue normally. But those rooms do not stay still. What is sealed inside does not remain contained forever. It finds other exits. It surfaces as responses that seem disproportionate, as a heaviness with no clear source, as a pattern that repeats across different situations and different people, because the root of it has never been addressed. You have noticed this. You have wondered why certain wounds keep reopening. The answer is that the cause was never removed. It was only covered. That is what I am here to change. Not with a temporary measure, with actual removal of the root. This process does not depend on your ability to explain what happened or your ability to make sense of it. It does not require you to have the right words. It only requires that you bring what you have carried and place it in my hands without holding part of it back. That is the condition. Not performance, not perfection. Just surrender of the weight. There is an act of faith I want to speak to you about in this moment. Something that matters. Not because I need anything from you, but because the act itself changes the posture of your heart. When you release something of real weight in genuine trust, you are making a declaration in the unseen that your security does not rest in what you hold, but in who holds you. My child, I am asking you to place a portion of what you have, something of real weight, upon the altar of this work, as gold laid on the scales of this calling. Let it be a seed sown into deep water, an offering set on stone, not held back in fear. This is proof that your trust rests in my hand to provide, and that your heart no longer clings to lack. What you release in faith does not leave your life. It moves ahead of you into the harvest I'm preparing. There is a difference between believing in my provision in theory and acting as though it is real. What you release in genuine trust becomes a point of activation, not because of the amount, but because of what the act declares about where your confidence rests. It declares that I am your source, that what you have comes from me and can be returned to me, that you are not holding on to survival with clenched hands, but walking open-handed with a God who does not run short. The healing I am bringing is comprehensive. It is not confined to the emotional. It is not limited to the spiritual. Every area that has suffered damage is within the range of what I am addressing now. The places that have been stuck for years, the doors that have seemed permanently closed, the ground that has felt like it produces nothing, no matter how much effort you put in. I am moving through all of it, not in sequence, in fullness. You have been reaching toward me for a long time. Some of those prayers were spoken with full faith. Some were spoken with doubt, but you said them anyway. Some were spoken when you had almost nothing left to believe with. Just the decision to reach out one more time, even though the last time felt like silence. I received all of it, not based on the strength of the faith behind each prayer, but because you kept coming. That persistence is its own kind of faith. I have not missed a single moment of it. The thing about deep healing is that it asks you to feel things you have been successfully avoiding. That is not punishment. It is the only way through. You cannot drive around a wound to get past it. You have to go through it to reach the other side. But you do not go through it alone. I am in the going through with you. Not watching, not coaching from a distance. Present in every part of it, carrying what you cannot carry, moving through what would stop you on your own. What is coming on the other side of this is not a slightly improved version of what you have known. It is new ground, a life that does not look like the one you have been managing. I am not restoring you to where you were before the pain. I am taking you somewhere you have not been yet. The destination I am building toward is not a return to the past. It is a forward movement into something that has been waiting for this exact season, for the work happening right now to be complete. My child, the doors I open are not the ones you could have unlocked yourself. The path I am carving is not one you could have found on your own. What is ahead of you was designed for who you are becoming through this, not who you were when it started. It was always the plan. The plan has not changed. It is still in motion. There is something that happened in you during the hardest stretch. Something that did not happen because of the pain, but that could not have surfaced any other way. The difficulty did not manufacture it. It uncovered it. Certain things in a person only become visible under pressure. Certain strengths only emerge when the comfortable options are removed. What I saw in you in your lowest season was not a weaker version of you. It was a version you had never had to bring to the surface before. I watched how you moved through what should have stopped you. How you got up on days when you had nothing left. How you kept reaching, even a threat of it, in conditions where reaching made no logical sense. That is not ordinary. That is not something every person does. And it did not come from nowhere. It was always in you. The pressure just gave it a reason to appear. Joseph is someone I want you to think about. Not as a tidy parable, but as a real account of how I work. He was betrayed by those closest to him. He was sold and discarded, and left in a place with no exit and no advocate. Years passed, without any visible change in his situation. The conditions around him had no reason to produce anything good. And yet, I was moving in every season, including the ones that looked like nothing. When the moment arrived, it arrived completely. The reversal was total. What had been used to break him became the exact context through which everything I had promised him was fulfilled. What I want you to hold from that is this. Joseph did not understand what I was doing while I was doing it. He was not walking through those years with a clear map. He was walking with uncertainty, with grief, with the weight of injustice that had no explanation. The faithfulness was not based on clarity. It was based on something else. A refusal to let the circumstances define who he was. That is what I am asking of you. Not that you understand every step, that you stay. What the long season produced in you is real, even if you cannot name it yet. There is a steadiness in you now that was not there before, a capacity to hold difficulty without immediately falling apart. A way of moving through things that carries more depth than it used to. You may not feel that. You may feel depleted. But depletion and depth are not the same thing. What was uncovered in you through this does not disappear when the feeling of strength is low. I also want to speak to the wounds that came from other people. The ones who should have stayed and did not. The ones who promised and did not deliver. The ones who saw you struggling and moved on. I know those specific wounds. I know which ones are still open. I know which ones you have tried to close on your own by deciding that needing others is a liability. Those conclusions are understandable. They will also limit your future if they stay in place. What I am going to do about those wounds is not ask you to simply forgive and move on as though nothing happened. Forgiveness is real, and I will walk you through it. But it is not a feeling you generate on command. It is a process, and I will be in it with you. What I will say now is this. What those people did is not the final word on what you are worth. I am the one who determines that, and what I say is different from what their actions communicated. The part of you that has been guarded since those wounds, the part that holds back, that expects disappointment before it arrives, that has quietly decided trust is too high a cost. I see that part. I am not going to force it open, but I'm going to work on the damage underneath it, steadily, until the guardedness no longer has the same reason to exist. That work has already begun. There are things you experienced that no amount of reframing changes. Some of what you went through simply needed to be mourned. not explained, not turned into a lesson. Mourned. Grief over real loss is not a failure of faith. It is the honest response of a person who loved and lost, who invested and was not returned to. I allowed you the full weight of that. I still do. But grief was never meant to become a permanent residence. It was meant to move, to pass through and leave something changed on the other side. What I am bringing you into now involves movement, out of the ground where you have been standing, and into territory that is already prepared. That move is not a betrayal of the past. It is simply what comes next, and I am the one leading it. You are not going to this new place the way you would have gone before all this happened. Something in the way you move has changed. The way you listen is deeper. The way you read situations is sharper. The way you extend to others who are struggling is more direct and more real, because you are speaking from lived ground, not theory. These are not consolation prizes for what you went through. They are genuine capacities. They belong to you now. I want to be clear about something. The difficulty you went through was not payment for what I am about to give you. I do not operate that way. What I bring freely, not as a reward for suffering, not a settlement for what you endured. What happened in the difficult season has value not because it earned something, but because it changed something. The change is real. It is in you, and I am going to build on it. There is a version of your story that other people need to hear, not to make your pain useful to them before it has been dealt with in you. But eventually, when the time is right, what you have lived through will be exactly what someone else needs. Not a polished account with the struggle edited out, the real account, with the weight still in it. That kind of testimony opens something in a person that no amount of doctrine can. I know when that time will come. You do not need to carry that as a pressure now. Just know that nothing you went through was wasted. I do not waste anything. You have reached the point where what I am doing is going to become visible. There is a season of hidden work that comes before every visible shift, and I will not apologize for the hiddenness. What is built underground is what determines how high the structure above it can rise. The work I have been doing in the unseen season is approaching completion, and what comes out of it is not going to be subtle. The situation you are looking at right now, the one that appears to have no door, no exit, no movement, is not the final picture. What looks like a sealed wall to you looks different from where I stand. I see what's on the other side. I see the route. I see the timing, and I am already moving in it. Your job is not to figure out how it opens. Your job is to stay positioned so that when it does, you are standing there to walk through. Let me tell you about Moses at the water's edge, not the version that sounds neat in retrospect. The actual version. A massive force was closing in from behind. An impossibly wide body of water stood in front. There was no path in either direction. Everyone standing beside him understood what that meant. The fear in that moment was not small, and it was not irrational. The situation was, by every human measure available, finished. That is precisely when I moved, not before the fear, not when the confidence was high, not when the plan was clear. I moved when the situation was fully impossible, when there was no strategy left to try, no combination of effort and ingenuity that could produce a way through. The water divided because there was nothing else to open. My power moves without competition when every other option is off the table. That is the position you are in right now. Stop reading it as catastrophe. It is actually the position of readiness for what only I can do. Declare, I trust you, Lord, if you are choosing to believe this today. What I am opening for you in this next season is not something you could have accessed before now. The door I am bringing you to requires the person you have become through this, not the person you were at the start. There are levels of responsibility ahead that would have broken you before this season. There are relationships ahead that required you to be a certain kind of person before they could survive contact with you. What is coming was always coming, but it needed you to be someone specific to receive it without it destroying you. The new ground I am releasing includes territory in your relationships, the connections that have been dry or painful or absent. I am moving in those. Not every broken relationship will be rebuilt. Some closures were right and final. But new ground is opening. People are being positioned. Connections that carry real weight and purpose are being drawn toward your life. You have not seen this yet. You will. The new ground I am releasing also includes the practical, material dimensions of your life. The financial strain that has gripped your situation, I see it. I know what it has cost in stress, in limitation, in the constant calculation of what is possible and what is not. That grip is being loosened. I am moving in the practical places. Not because you are more deserving now, but because my timing operates on a pattern that yours does not always follow. My provision for your life was never absent. The delivery is arriving now. There is a pace to what I do that does not always match the pace you want. I work on foundations before I build above them. I prepare conditions before I send what is needed into them. And the preparation often happens in ways you cannot observe. In the interior of situations, in the hearts of people being moved toward you, in circumstances converging in sequences you would not be able to engineer if you tried. What looks like stillness is rarely stillness. It is preparation at a level below what you can see. I want you to stop measuring my activity by what is visible on the surface. The surface is always the last place change becomes apparent. By the time a shift is visible to your eyes, it has already been in motion beneath the surface for a long time. What you are about to see, the movement you are about to witness in your circumstances, did not begin today. It began in the unseen, in the work I was doing while you were still wondering whether I was there. The miracle I am releasing does not require perfect conditions. It does not require your environment to cooperate first. It goes ahead of you and rearranges what needs rearranging. It softens what has been hard. It opens what has been sealed. It returns what was lost. You do not have to engineer any of this. You have to trust the one who is already engineering it. What this new season requires of you is not more effort. It is a different kind of engagement. Less striving, more alignment, less forcing, more following. The discipline I am asking for is not the kind that grinds against the obstacle until something breaks. It is the kind that stays close to me, that moves when I move, waits when I say wait, goes when I say go. That operating mode produces results that effort alone cannot reach. You have tried effort alone. You know what it produces. Now try this. Those who love me are not navigating this life alone. You have a God who goes before you into the days you have not yet entered, who sees the terrain before you arrive at it, who prepares the way while you are still walking toward it. That is not a metaphor. It is the actual pattern of how I work, and it is how I am working for you right now. Ahead of you, clearing ground, making room, arranging what needs to be in place before you arrive. There is something I need to address directly, because it may be the thing blocking you more than anything else. You want to understand before you move. You want the explanation before the trust. You want the full picture before you commit to the next step. And I understand that impulse. You were built with a mind that reasons, that weighs, that evaluates. I gave you that. I do not despise it. But there is a dimension of what I am doing that your reasoning cannot access. There are layers of this situation that your analysis cannot reach. When you demand to understand all of it before you will trust me, you are asking me to operate within the limits of your perspective, which is a perspective that does not have all the information. I have all the information. You have some of it. The gap between those two things is exactly where faith operates. I am not asking you to be mindless. I am asking you to acknowledge the limits of your own view and trust the one with the wider one. That is not weakness. That is the most sensible response available to a person who genuinely believes they are dealing with God. If I am who I say I am, then walking without full understanding is not reckless. It is the only rational thing to do. There have been directions I gave you that did not make sense at the time, paths that seemed illogical, closed doors you pushed against for a long time before accepting the closure, open doors you walked through reluctantly, not sure why you were going that way. In each case, what seemed strange from your position had a reason from mine. I was not being arbitrary. I was operating from knowledge you did not have access to yet. There is a version of trust that only becomes possible after you have been through what you have been through. The kind built on something more than inspiration or good circumstances. The kind that holds in conditions where every visible indicator argues against it. That is the trust you have been developing. It did not feel like development while it was happening. It felt like surviving. But the result is a depth of reliance that cannot be produced any other way. You are not the same person who entered this season. The way you process things has changed. You do not react the way you used to. The things that used to send you into a spiral take longer to reach that point, or do not reach it at all. The people and situations that used to have a hold over you have less grip now. That is not something you manufactured. That is the result of real work being done. And that change is permanent. You are not going to slide back to who you were before this. The identity I am establishing in you is not dependent on your circumstances being comfortable. It does not require external validation to hold its shape. It is not contingent on people understanding you, or approving of what you're doing, or believing in where you're going. It is rooted in what I say about you. And what I say does not change with the season. It does not adjust based on your performance or your feelings or the state of your situation. What I say is this: you're mine. You're called. You're equipped for what is ahead. The path is not fully visible from where you stand. That is not a design flaw. That is how I walk with people, close enough that they need to stay close to me to see the next step. That proximity is not a disadvantage. It is the safest position there is. Walk with me in this, not ahead of me, running on assumptions about where I am going, not behind me, waiting until everything is certain before you move. Beside me, one step at a time, close enough to hear when direction comes. That is the pace that produces the greatest results. Not because it is the most efficient, but because it keeps you in position where I can work through you, not just for you. There are people I am going to connect you with in this next season who carry something you need, and you carry something they need. These connections are not accidental. They are arranged. They will not all announce themselves, obviously. Some will arrive quietly and only become clear over time. Your job is to stay open, Not naive, but genuinely open to the new, to the unexpected, to the person who does not fit the category you would normally look in. The ones you carry in prayer, those you love most deeply, the people whose struggles sit in your heart even when you have no words for them. I see them too. I am not working only in your life. I am working in theirs. The prayers you have lifted for them have not been lost. They have reached me. And the work I am doing in you is not isolated from them. What changes in you creates movement in the space around you. The people you are closest to will feel it, even if they cannot name what shifted. The new identity I am giving you does not erase what you have been through. It does not require you to minimize it or pretend it was nothing. What you survived is part of your story. I am not rewriting that. What I am doing is writing what comes next, and what comes next does not begin with what happened to you. It begins with who you are now, the person who came through, the person who stood on the other side. That is the starting point I am working from. And it is a far stronger starting point than you realize. There is authority that comes from real experience, not the kind of authority that is given by title or position, the kind that comes from having actually been in the low places and come back. When you speak to someone else who is in that place, someone going through what you went through, they will hear something in your voice. They will know that what you are saying is not borrowed, that it was paid for. That kind of voice has a reach that no amount of polish or theory can produce. I'm going to use that voice. At the right time, in the right place, I will put you in front of exactly the person who needs to hear it. Everything I have spoken to you today comes down to this. I am done waiting for the right moment. This is it. Not the moment after this one. Not the version of this where you finally feel ready, or the circumstances finally cooperate. This moment, right now, with all its uncertainty and exhaustion and open questions, this is the moment I chose. And I do not choose moments carelessly. The blessing I am releasing is not still on its way. The decree has been made. What I set in motion from my throne is not hypothetical or conditional in the way you might be thinking. It is done. The question is not whether it will come. The question is whether you will be positioned to receive it. Whether your hands are open or still clenched around what you have been trying to control. Fear closes hands. Not in a failure of character, in a completely understandable human response to conditions like the ones you have lived in. When you have had to hold everything together alone for a long time, the grip becomes automatic. Releasing it does not feel safe. It feels reckless. But the grip itself is what keeps the new from being received. You cannot take hold of what I am handing you while your hands are full of what you have been managing. I am asking you to release the management, not the responsibility. You are still called to act, to steward, to move, but the white-knuckled control of outcomes that belong to me. Trust is not passivity. It is the decision to move your part and release my part to me, without demanding to hold both at once. What I have promised you is not general. It is not the kind of blessing that applies to everyone in the same form. It is shaped to fit your actual life, your specific situation, the exact details of what you have been walking through. I do not operate in generalities when I work in individual lives. I work specifically, with full knowledge of every factor in play. The word I am speaking over you today was formed for your situation the way a key is made for a specific lock. The doors that are about to open will not open for anyone else in the same way. They are yours. The provision coming is measured for what you need. I know what is in your house. I know the weight that scarcity has placed on you and on those you love. I am addressing that weight directly not eventually, now. You are going to see movement where there has been stillness. You are going to receive in places you stopped expecting. You are going to encounter open ground where you were certain there were walls. This is not exaggeration. It is what is actually happening on the other side of what you can currently see. The activity invisible to you is about to produce results that are impossible to miss. Do not disqualify what I am doing when it arrives in an unexpected form. The answer may come through a person, through an opportunity, through a door that opens in an area you were not watching. Stay alert. Stay open. The answer is already in motion. This is the part of your story where the ground changes, not where suffering ends and happiness begins in some clean division, but where the weight begins to shift, where what has been working against you begins to move in your favor. A morning where the first thought is not dread, a situation that has been frozen that suddenly moves, a word that reaches you at exactly the right time. These will be the first signs. When they come, recognize them. Allow yourself to believe that what I told you was true, because it is. The covenant I have made with you is not contingent on your consistency. It is contingent on mine, and I am consistent. I do not change with circumstances. I do not revoke what I have spoken based on how things look on any given day. The word I gave you today stands tomorrow and in every season that follows. Return to it when circumstances try to contradict it. Return to it when the feeling of confidence is low. It is anchored in me. And I do not move. What I am asking of you right now is not dramatic. It is a small thing. The next step. One movement in the direction I am pointing. Just the first thing. One step toward me, and I will do the rest. Everything I described today, everything I have set in motion on your behalf, I will carry it through to completion. I do not begin things I do not finish. I do not bring someone to the edge of change and leave them there. Something was deposited in you in this moment. Not a feeling that will fade when circumstances press back in. A knowing, a shift in the foundational layer of what you believe is possible for your life. That shift is real. It is permanent. It is going to continue working in you long after this moment has passed. The ones you love, the ones you carry in prayer, they are in my hands too. I am not working only in your corner. I am working in theirs. The things you have asked me for on their behalf have been received. Continue to bring them to me. I hear every prayer for those closest to your heart, and I am moving in their situations with the same intention I am moving in yours. The future I am walking you toward is not a modest upgrade of the past. It is new territory, ground that belongs to who you are now, built for this moment, and you are walking into it, one step at a time, with me beside you. Holding what you cannot hold, making what is impossible into what is real. Say, I am ready, if you are stepping into everything I have spoken over you today.
We run on viewer support only. For exclusive member-only content, scan the QR or see the pinned comment. God bless you.
Listen closely. What I am about to speak is not a comfort for someday. It is a word for right now in this moment, while these words reach your ears. Your case is closed. Say that again in your heart until it lands. Your case is closed. Today I declared before all of heaven that your situation has an expiration date. The chains that held you, the thing that robbed your sleep, the heaviness that followed you from room to room, I have pronounced judgment against all of it, and that judgment is final. Your miracle is not approaching. It has arrived. Not tomorrow, not at the end of a long road still ahead of you. Now. Right now, while you receive this word, the power of heaven is moving on your behalf. Orders have gone out. Doors are being opened. Obstacles are being cleared from your path. This is not a performance. This is a declaration from the throne. And when I speak, what I say becomes what is. I need you to understand who is speaking to you. I am your Father, the one who created the breath in your lungs, the one who built every chamber of your heart. I know you with a knowledge that goes beyond what you know of yourself. I've watched you carry weight that was too heavy for anyone to carry alone. I've heard the prayers you said out loud and the ones you never finished because the words would not come. I've been present in every room you walked through when you felt most alone. My presence was not absent in those moments. You simply could not feel it yet. I know there were times you thought I had forgotten you, that your prayers rose and scattered and reached nothing, that perhaps your faith was not enough, or that something in you had disqualified you from my attention. I want to speak plainly into that lie. It was never true. Not once. You were never out of my sight. You were never beneath my care. Your name has always been written in my hand, and I have never once been indifferent to what you have faced. I tell you now with all the authority of heaven behind me, the season of waiting is over. Your case has been reviewed, it has been deliberated, and the verdict has been handed down. You are not here by chance. You did not stumble into this moment accidentally. I drew you here. I arranged this encounter between you and my voice, because the time has come. Not a time I am improvising, a time I set in motion long before it arrived at your door. There were moments you stood at the edge of giving up. I know, I was there. I saw you weigh the cost of continuing to believe. I watched you decide, again and again, to get back up. That decision was not small. It mattered. Every time you reached for faith when everything around you argued against it, I noted it. What you endured through those years was real, and so is what is coming now. During all those months and years, I was not still. You saw silence. I was working. You could not perceive it with your natural eyes, but in the unseen place where all things are governed, I was moving. Mountains were being shifted. Roads were being laid through territory that looked to you like nothing but desert. I was not waiting on the sidelines. I was running ahead of you, preparing what you are about to walk into. Think of the walls of Jericho. The Israelites did not watch those walls fall because they were skilled fighters, or because they carried the right weapons. They walked in obedience, and I brought the walls down. That is what I am doing for you now. The walls around your situation, the ones that have stood so long you stopped expecting them to move, are coming down, not by your strength, by my word, by my decree, by the authority of the one who holds all things in his hands. What is coming toward you is not a small adjustment. It is not a patch on a broken thing. It is a complete and permanent transformation. When I am done, the people who know you will not be able to reconcile who you are with who you were. They will see the living evidence of what I do when I decide to move on someone's behalf. They will not be able to explain it except to say, his God, her God, did that. And they will be right. Your family is going to change. Your provision is going to change. Your health is going to change. Your peace, the kind that does not depend on circumstances, is going to return. Everything the enemy took from your life over the years, I am giving it back. Not in the measure it was taken, in greater measure. That is who I am. I do not restore to the previous level. I restore beyond it. When I open my hand to give back what was lost, I pour out more than was taken. I am that kind of father. I know that the hardest thing about this moment is trusting it. You have believed before and watched days turn into months. You have held on to a promise and felt the weight of nothing happening. I am not going to tell you that was easy. I know it was not. But I am telling you now that the reason you are still standing, the reason you are still here, still listening, still alive in your faith, is because I would not let you fall. I was with you in those silent stretches, and I am with you now. The same hands that held you then are the hands that are opening what comes next. Receive this now. Let it pass through your ears and go deep into the place where you still carry doubt. I am speaking into that place specifically. This word is not for the part of you that already believes easily. It is for the part that has been disappointed, that learned to protect itself by expecting less. I am reaching into that place right now, and I am saying, open. What is coming is real. What I have spoken over your life is certain. And it begins today. Declare your amen if you believe this word is yours. Let me take you inside what happened. Let me show you what took place at the moment your case was closed. My son stood before the court of heaven and placed his hands forward. The same hands that carried the cross, the same hands that bore the nails. He showed the marks, he showed the wounds, and he spoke your name. He said, "This one is mine. This person has already been redeemed. Every accusation brought against them has been answered. The price was paid, in full, on the cross." And at that declaration, every accuser had to step back. Not reluctantly, not after debate. They had to fall silent because there was nothing left to argue. My son's sacrifice is a perfect answer to every charge. When he spoke your name and showed his wounds, the case against you closed. Not temporarily, permanently. There is no court in heaven or on earth that can reopen what my son sealed with his blood. I need you to understand what this means for you today. It means you are not standing before me as someone who has to earn what is coming. You are not waiting to see if you have been good enough, faithful enough, consistent enough in your prayer life. The miracle I am releasing over your life does not depend on your performance. It depends on what was already done. My son carried the weight so you would not have to. His obedience covered your shortfall. His sacrifice answered every debt. Do you remember the story of Mary and Martha? When Lazarus died, both sisters came to my son with grief on their faces. The situation looked final. 4 days in the grave, the stone already in place, the mourners already assembled. From every natural angle, the story was over. But my son did not see what everyone else was looking at. He looked at that tomb and he called out, and what was dead came back to life. That is the kind of God I am. I do not need a situation to look hopeful before I move. I move when I decree it. And I have decreed your time. There are things in your life that look like they have been in the tomb too long. A relationship that went cold years ago and you stopped expecting it to change. A dream you set down because life kept interrupting it. A physical condition that settled in like a permanent resident. A financial situation that became so familiar you stopped praying about it the same way. I see all of it. And what I am telling you is this: none of it is beyond my reach. I am the same God who called Lazarus out. I am the same God who parts rivers and brings water from stone. What looks like a final chapter to you is not a final chapter to me. State, I believe if you know this word is reaching your spirit right now. The enemy has spent a great deal of time whispering to you that your case is different, that what worked for others will not work for you, that you are too old, that it is too late, that too much has gone wrong for too long. I want you to hear this clearly. Every one of those whispers was a lie with a specific purpose. The enemy whispers loudest when what he fears is closest. He has seen what I have prepared for you. He has watched the door I am about to open. And his only remaining strategy is to get you to walk away before it swings wide. Do not walk away. Look at Abraham. When I called him and gave him a promise, his body was already past the age where the promise seemed possible. His wife Sarah had lived her whole life without holding a child. By every human calculation, the promise should not have been able to come true. But I am not subject to human calculation. I spoke, and life came where there was no life. I said it would happen, and it happened. That same power is not a story from an ancient book. It is alive right now. It is present in this moment, and it is moving toward you. Look at Caleb, 85 years old, a generation of wandering behind him. And when the land was divided, he did not ask for something easy. He stood and said, "Give me this mountain." The hardest ground, the fiercest resistance, the territory everyone else avoided. Because he knew I was with him, and that with me, the mountain was already taken. That is the posture I am calling you into right now. Not a posture of asking for something modest, because you have been hurt before. A posture of standing in full confidence that I have not brought you this far to leave you short of what I promised. When I decreed that your case was closed, I also decreed what comes next. Not just the removal of what was against you, the release of what I have been holding in reserve for you. Blessings do not just represent an absence of hardship. They are an active, growing, expanding reality in your life. Favor that opens doors before you knock. Provision that arrives before you feel the need. Peace that holds you steady when the ground around you shakes. That is what I have planned. That is what the verdict released. Not just freedom from, freedom toward. My word does not return to me without accomplishing what I sent it to do. That is written, and it is true. I sent this word to you today with purpose. It carries my authority. It is not merely an encouragement. It is a decree going out over your situation right now, and it will accomplish what I intend. The same voice that ordered light into darkness, that calmed the sea with a sentence, that spoke creation into being. That voice is speaking over your life today. You are on the receiving end of that power. Stand still and let it reach every corner of what has been waiting for change. I want to tell you something about the time that has passed. Not a soft version of it. Not a story that makes the hard parts disappear. The truth is, what you walked through was difficult. There were nights you went to sleep with questions that had no answers yet. There were mornings you got up and carried the same burden you went to bed with. There were seasons where the silence was so complete it felt like weight rather than absence. I am not going to tell you that none of that was hard. It was, and I was present for all of it. But I need to tell you what I was doing during those stretches. Not to explain everything. Some of what I was arranging cannot be fully understood from where you stand, but enough to give you a frame. I was working in the unseen spaces, the conversations you never heard, the doors that were being positioned, the people being moved into place, the circumstances being rearranged. What looked to you like a field gone quiet was a field being turned and prepared. Nothing was sitting still on my end. My work was happening beneath the surface, the way roots travel through soil long before anything breaks ground. Think of the farmer who prepares his land. He clears it. He turns the soil. He removes the stones. He plants in a season that looks like nothing, bare ground, no visible sign of what is coming. He does not see the harvest during that work. But the harvest is coming because the work is real. That is what I have been doing in your life. The preparation was real. The work was real. And now the season has turned. What was planted in those hidden months is about to break through the surface. Here is what I need you to do. I'm not asking you to figure out how this miracle arrives. I'm not asking you to engineer the outcome or force the door open. What I'm asking is this: keep walking forward, one step at a time. Keep your heart open to what I am doing, even when it arrives in a form you did not predict. My provision does not always look the way you imagined, but it is complete, and it is on its way. My child, I am asking you to place a portion of what you have, something of real weight, upon the altar of this work, as gold laid on the scales of this calling. Let it be a seed sown into deep water, an offering set on stone, not held back in fear. This is proof that your trust rests in my hand to provide, and that your heart no longer clings to lack. What you release in faith does not leave your life. It moves ahead of you, into the harvest I am preparing. You have prayed in the night when no one was watching. You have given when giving was costly. You have spoken faith out loud when your circumstances made that look foolish. You have sought my face in quiet moments that no one will ever record or celebrate. Every one of those acts of faithfulness was seen, not observed from a distance, seen with the full attention of the one who governs all things. Nothing you did in faithfulness slipped past me. Every prayer you prayed went somewhere. Every act of trust left a mark on the record. And now what was sown in faith is being prepared for harvest. That includes the prayers you said for those you love, the ones you carry in your heart, the ones you bring before me in the quiet. I heard those prayers. I received them. The situation you have been carrying on behalf of others is not outside my reach. I am working there too. The same power that is moving in your own life is reaching into the lives of those connected to you. You prayed and believed on their behalf when they could not pray for themselves, and I honored that. My answer is in motion for them as well. There are signs coming your way, some of them small, an unexpected message from someone you have not heard from in a long time, a door opening in a place you had already stopped knocking, a shift in a situation that had been standing still for so long you stopped watching it. Do not dismiss these things as coincidence. I do not do coincidence. When I move, I leave evidence. These will be my way of saying, I told you. Watch for them. When they come, let them build your faith for the next thing, because what begins now is not one event. It is the beginning of a season. I want to be clear about what I am releasing into your life. It is not a season of barely getting through. It is not relief that lasts a few weeks and then fades. What I am opening for you is a new chapter, one where the chapter title is changed. You have been in a chapter called struggle, called holding on, called enduring. That chapter is closed. The next one is called abundance, called overflow, called the harvest year. And everything in it is already written by my hand. You will walk through it step by step, and what you find there will exceed what you asked for. My beloved, I need you to hear this and hold it. The miracle you are receiving is not just for you. It is for everyone whose life touches yours. When I pour out blessing on one of my children, It does not stop at that person's door. It runs over. It reaches the ones standing nearby. You are going to become a source of what I am pouring out. The ones you love most are going to be reached by what I am doing in your life right now. That is the width of what I have decided. Not a narrow stream just for you, a river that runs wide. I want to speak to your body, not around it, not generally, directly to the physical condition you carry. Whether it is something the doctors named and placed in a file, something you feel every morning when you wake up, or something that has ground you down slowly over years. I see it, I know it, and I am not indifferent to it. The same voice that shaped your body knows every part of it in precise detail. I designed it. I understand it in ways no medical instrument can reach, and I am speaking to it right now. My son healed throughout his time on earth, and I did not heal only as a one-time demonstration. Healing is woven into who I am. My name is Jehovah Rapha, the God who heals, not was, is, present tense. That name is not a historical footnote. It is a living description of my nature, and it applies to your situation right now. I do not look at your physical condition and see a problem too complicated for me. I look at it and see something that is subject to my word. I am moving through your body now, through each place that has ached, each system that has faltered, each part that has struggled to function as I designed it. My healing does not work only on symptoms. It reaches the origin. I go to the root of what has taken hold and I remove it from there. What doctors cannot find, I see clearly. What medicine has not been able to address, my power reaches without restriction. I am speaking restoration to your body right now, and my word does not fail. Receive this. You are going to begin to feel a difference, not because you imagined it, because I declared it. The heaviness that has lived in your body is being lifted. The pain that became so familiar you stopped expecting it to leave. It is leaving. The rest you have not been able to find, the sleep that has escaped you, the mornings that started with exhaustion before the day even began. Those things are changing. I am restoring your strength, not a version of strength that runs out quickly, the kind that renews, the kind that rises again after it is spent. Isaiah wrote what I told him. Those who wait on me will renew their strength. They will rise up as eagles rise. They will run and not grow weary. They will walk and not faint. That promise was not written for one generation. It was written for you to receive today. I am renewing your strength now. I am replacing the depletion with something new. You are going to feel what it is to have energy in your body again, to move without heaviness, to face the day from a position of capacity rather than deficit. The body I gave you is not finished. It is being restored. I also want to speak to what you carry emotionally, the fear that grabs at you in quiet moments, the anxiety that arrives without warning and makes your chest tight, the weight of what you have been responsible for, the things that press in when everything is still. These are not signs that your faith is too small. They are signs that you have been carrying things that were never meant to be carried alone. I did not build you to hold all of this by yourself, and I am not requiring you to. I am lifting those things now, not by removing the circumstances that created them. I am going to change those circumstances, but before they change, I am giving you peace that exists independently of them. This is the peace I spoke about when I walked the earth, not the peace that the world gives, which depends on things going well. My peace holds when things are in motion, when the situation is unresolved, when the answer has not yet arrived. It stands like a guard, between your heart and everything that would unsettle it. You're going to sleep differently. That is not a small thing. Sleep is where I restore what the day spent. When your nights are broken, when your mind runs through the same fears from midnight until dawn, your body and your spirit both pay the cost. I'm giving you rest, real rest, the kind where you close your eyes and the weight releases, the kind where you wake up with something still in you, rather than already spent. I designed rest as a gift, and I'm giving it back to you now. Your mind is being renewed. The patterns of thought that have been running against you, the voice that says you are not enough, the habit of expecting the worst, the way your mind rehearses old disappointments, those patterns are being interrupted. I'm not asking you to force your way to a better outlook. I'm doing something deeper than that. I'm replacing the foundation that those thoughts stood on. When the foundation changes, the structure built on it changes too. You are going to notice your thinking shift. Not all at once, but steadily, unmistakably. A quieting, a settling, a clarity where there was noise. I want you to understand the fullness of what I am releasing. It is not limited to one area of your life. My healing is not a single fix. It is a tide that comes in and reaches every part of the shore. Your body, your mind, your emotions, your rest, your capacity to engage with each day. All of it is under my hand right now. All of it is being addressed. I do not do partial work. When I restore completely. Not a portion of what was lost, all of it, and then more. My precious one, I made you to live at full capacity, not merely to survive the day, not to endure until something better comes. I made you to live with genuine joy, with real peace, with a body that serves you well, with a mind that is clear and free. That is not a distant hope. That is what I am restoring to you now. The full version of the life I designed for you. Not a reduced version because of what the years have taken. The full version. And it is yours. Stand firm in that. Receive it without apology. It was always meant for you. Now I want to speak about your provision, about the material ground of your life, what you have been able to give, what has come in and what has gone out, the weight of financial struggle that has pressed on you in ways that are hard to explain to someone who has not carried it. I am not speaking around this. I see exactly where you stand. I know which number keeps you awake. I know which bill you have been calculating in your head. I know what you stopped asking for because you stopped believing it was possible. And I am telling you, that ceiling is coming down. The scarcity you have experienced was not my will for you. Let me be direct about that. I did not design your life to be a permanent exercise in barely enough. Scarcity was never in my original intention for my children. There were openings the enemy exploited, patterns inherited across generations, decisions that created debt, circumstances that pressed down at the wrong time. But I want you to understand that I have not been withholding from you in punishment. I have been waiting for this moment, when I could release what I have been preparing. Today, I am closing every door through which the enemy has been draining your provision. Every channel of loss that should not have been open, closed. Every inherited burden that was passed down through your family line and attached to your finances, severed. Every agreement that was made in fear or ignorance that has been working against your abundance, broken. The path is being cleared, and what I am releasing into that cleared space is not a trickle. It is an overflow. There are sources of provision coming to you that you have not considered. You have been praying in a direction, and I am answering from a direction you were not watching. That is one of the ways I work. I honor the prayer, but I choose the path of the answer. Do not lock your eyes on one door. Keep your heart open to unexpected arrivals, because some of what I am sending will not look like what you expected. A conversation you did not plan. An offer from someone you did not think of. A door opening in a field you had not been considering. These are my answers. Receive them as such. If you are employed, I am moving in that place. Increase is coming. Recognition of what you have brought that has gone unrewarded for too long. Opportunities for advancement that have been blocked are being unblocked. If you carry work of your own, a business, a service, a skill you offer, new doors are opening. The clients, the customers, the connections that will bring growth. What stalled is being restarted. What was held back is being released. I am the God who provides, and I know precisely what your situation requires. Declare, I trust you. If you believe that what I am speaking over your finances is real and already in motion. The debt that has pursued you, that persistent voice of what is owed, the weight that makes it hard to plan or hope. I am addressing it. Some of it will be reduced in ways you did not arrange. Some of it will be paid because your capacity to pay is increasing. I am giving you wisdom about how to move, what to do first, what to release, and what to hold. My wisdom is specific, not general. It will arrive as a clear sense of the right step. Follow it. Do not let old habits of fear override what I am showing you. As you obey the steps I give you, the load will lighten, and then it will lift. I am also going to put generosity in your hands. This is part of the fullness I am giving you. Not just enough for yourself, enough to give without it hurting, enough to look at a need and meet it without calculating whether you can afford to. That capacity is part of what I am building in your life. I raise my children up, not just for their own comfort, but so they can become channels of my provision to others. You are going to know what it feels like to give freely. That is not a small thing. That is the life I designed. Think of Joseph, sold into a pit by his own family, imprisoned without cause, forgotten by those he helped. By every reasonable measure, his story should have ended there. But I was in every chapter of that story, and not one of those setbacks was the ending. What his brothers meant for his destruction, I used for his elevation. He emerged from everything they did to him as the one who held the provision for a nation. I am telling you, what was done against you does not have the final word. I have a purpose for what you have been through, and it is larger than the sum of what hurt you. You carry a gift, something you can do that others cannot do in quite the same way. A way you see things, a skill you have built, a capacity that was placed in you with intention. That gift has been dormant, not permanently, dormant. I am waking it up now. I am clearing the space for it to operate. I am connecting you with the people who will recognize it and open doors for it. You are not too old to build. You are not too late to begin. Caleb was 85 when he asked for the mountain. I gave it to him because my timing does not follow the calendar the way human expectations do. What I am giving you is not a short-term correction. It is not a burst of provision that fades after a season. It is a new foundation for your material life. Stable, growing, free from the old patterns that kept you cycling through the same lack. From here you build forward. From here what you have serves what you need and goes beyond it. I have spoken it. My word is the deed to what I have promised. What I have decreed over your provision does not expire. It holds. I want to speak about the people in your life, the relationships that have broken, the ones that have grown cold, the ones that were stolen by misunderstanding or distance or choices that cannot be undone by either party alone. I know the ones you still grieve. I know the names that come to your mind when you think about what was lost. Those losses were real, and I am not asking you to pretend otherwise. But I want you to hear this. What is broken is not outside my reach. I am a God who restores what was divided. Where the enemy placed distance, I place reunion. Where he placed bitterness, I place a willingness to let go that neither person could manufacture on their own. Some of the people you have prayed for, who drifted, who chose a different direction, who moved away from the ones who loved them, I have not forgotten them. My hand is on them right now. I am working in their lives in ways that are not yet visible to you. Do not give up the prayer. What you are believing for on their behalf is already in motion. The home you want, the place of real rest, where those you love can gather and be safe, where peace is the atmosphere rather than the exception. I know that longing. I placed it in you, not to frustrate you, not to give you something to yearn for that would never come. I placed it in you because it is part of what I am building for you. I see the image of it in your heart. I know what you want that space to feel like, and I am working toward it. The provision for it is being arranged. The timing for it is under my authority. It is coming. I also want to speak to the loneliness that has been part of your story, the feeling of fighting battles that no one around you fully understood, of carrying concerns in silence because there was no one close enough to carry them with you. That loneliness was painful, and I want to be honest with you. I did not enjoy watching you carry it, but I am telling you now that the season of isolation is ending. I am bringing people into your life who will know how to stand beside you. Real friendship, genuine support, people who will be present in the hard moments without needing the easy ones first. That community is being arranged. Your spiritual authority is being increased. This is a dimension of what I am releasing that I want you to pay close attention to. When you speak in my name, it carries weight in the unseen world. When you pray, those prayers reach my throne and activate my response. What you bind on earth is bound in heaven. What you release is released. That authority has always been available to you, but in this new season, you are going to experience it with a sharpness you have not felt before. Your words of faith are going to land with power. Your declarations are going to shift things. Do not speak carelessly. Speak on purpose. I'm also waking up what has been dormant in you in terms of gifts and calling. The dreams you shelved because life got loud. The ideas you quieted because someone told you they were impractical. The sense of purpose that you carried for years and then stopped talking about because it seemed too far from where you were standing. I am bringing all of that back into focus, not as a distant possibility, as the next real chapter of your life. I'm giving you clarity about what I made you to do, and I'm removing the obstacles that kept you from doing it. You are going to discover that your story, including the hard parts, is something I can use. Not despite what you went through, but because of it. What you understand now, what you carry in your bones from the seasons of difficulty, is something that can reach people who are in a place you once stood. Your experience is not wasted. It is material. I am a God who takes the broken stone and makes a cornerstone from it. What the world would discard, I put at the center of something solid. Receive this. Your best days are not the ones that are already behind you. I know the years of beauty that were real, and I honor them. But I am telling you that what is ahead surpasses what is behind. Not because the past was worthless, because what is coming was designed by me with your full story in mind. I know everything that shaped you. I know what you can carry now that you could not carry before. And I am giving you what fits the person you have become, not just the person you were when this all began. My child, we have walked a long road together. Some of it was terrain I wish you had not had to cross, but you crossed it, and you are still here. And what I see standing before me now is someone who is ready. Not because you feel ready. Ready is not about feeling. It is about being prepared without knowing the full weight of what is coming. You are prepared. I have seen to that. And what is ahead is not going to crush you. It is going to carry you in ways you have been waiting your whole life to experience. If your heart is open to receive everything I have described, the healing, the provision, the restored relationships, the renewed purpose, the spiritual authority, say so. Let that agreement go up from you to me right now. Declare, I receive this. If your heart is open and you are ready to walk into what I have prepared, I want to speak to you now about what this moment means beyond yourself. Because what I am doing in your life does not stop at the edge of your own story. My blessing was never designed to terminate at one person. When I pour out on one of my children, it runs over. It reaches beyond. The ones you love, the ones you carry in prayer, the ones whose names you speak to me in your quiet moments, they are going to feel the wave of what I am releasing over you right now. You are not just a recipient. You are going to become a source. Think about what I did with Job. After the season of loss, after the years of not understanding what was happening, after the silence and the grief and the friends who gave wrong counsel, I restored. And I did not restore to the level of what was before. I restored double. Everything that was taken returned in greater measure. That is the nature of my restoration when it comes. It does not arrive quietly and barely. It arrives in abundance, because I'm not a God of just enough. I'm a God of more than enough. And what I do with the lives of those who hold on to me reflects that without exception. The curses that have traveled through your family line, the patterns that kept repeating, the cycles of lack, the same battles being fought by one generation after the next, those patterns are being broken. My son's work on the cross carried the authority to cancel every generational agreement that the enemy held over your bloodline. That cancellation is being applied now. The ones who come after you are not going to inherit the same chains. They're going to begin from higher ground. What you endured and remained faithful through becomes the turning point for those who follow you. Your faithfulness right now has consequences that outlast your lifetime. This is a weight worth carrying. The knowledge that what you are choosing in this season, to hold on, to trust, to remain open, is not just about your own relief. It is about what passes forward. The agreement you are making with my purposes right now is being written into the ground that the ones who come after you will stand on. That is not a small thing. That is a legacy. And I am giving it to you in exchange for the faithfulness you have already shown. There is authority in you now that will increase as you walk forward in this season. The prayer you pray for those around you is going to carry more weight. The encouragement you speak into someone who is exactly where you once were is going to reach deeper, because it is coming from someone who has been through the fire and knows my faithfulness from the inside of it. You are going to be able to stand before someone in the middle of their worst chapter and say with real conviction, "Hold on," not because it sounds right, because you know it is true from experience. That kind of witness cannot be manufactured. It is built over time, and you have been building it. I am opening new dimensions of my presence to you in this season. Not that I was absent before, But there are depths of knowing me that only come to those who have pressed through long enough to reach them. You are at that threshold now. What you are about to discover in your relationship with me will reframe everything that came before it. The hard things will not be erased, but they will be understood differently. You will begin to see the full picture in a way that was not available to you while you were still inside the season of waiting. And what you see will be something worth having gone through everything it took to get here. I need you to understand what else is coming beyond the outward change. Not just the visible provision and the restored relationships and the healed body, but an internal shift in how you carry yourself. You will not walk into rooms the same way. Something in how you hold your ground will be different. Not arrogance, assurance. The kind that comes from knowing with certainty that the God who governs all things has spoken your name and declared your case closed. That knowing changes a person at the root. And I am changing you at the root right now. The life I am building for you from this moment forward is not a life of no challenge. I am not promising you an uncomplicated road, but I am promising you this. You will not walk any part of it without my hand. You will not face any difficulty without my strength being available to you in full measure. You will not encounter any closed door without my authority backing you. You will not carry any burden without me carrying most of its weight. The road ahead is a road I will walk with you, and my walking with you changes what the road is. Step into this now, not tentatively, not with one foot still held back in the old season, with both feet, with the full weight of who you are and what you believe. What I have spoken over your life is not contingent on you being perfect from this point forward. It does not require you to earn it. It requires you to receive it, to open your hands and your heart, and let what I am giving actually arrive. Stop bracing for it to be taken back. Stand in it. This is yours, the one who spoke light into the first darkness. I am the same one speaking right now into whatever darkness has sat over your situation. And what I spoke at the beginning, it appeared. What I am speaking now will appear. Your case is closed. Your miracle is now. My word has gone out over your life, and it will accomplish exactly what I sent it to do. You are going to walk in the fullness of what I have declared, not one day. Beginning now. Say yes, Lord, if you are ready to step fully into the miracle that has already been declared over your life.
We run on viewer support only. For exclusive member-only content, scan the QR or see the pinned comment. God bless you.
Only a few short hours remain before something begins to unfold in your life. And I am speaking now because you were not meant to face it unaware. Do not turn away. Hear these words all the way through, because what I am about to tell you carries weight that can change the direction of your days. You are not hearing this by accident. I see every step you have taken today, every thought that crossed your mind, every quiet doubt about whether I am still with you. I am with you now more than ever. These next hours are not ordinary time. They are a narrow window where your attention and your response will matter deeply. If you stay close to me, I will guide you through what is coming and shield what you cannot see. I am asking you, gently but urgently, to pause and listen with your whole heart. I do not plead without reason. When I speak with this kind of urgency, it is because something is approaching that will touch your life, and I care too much to let it find you unprepared. You may not understand everything yet. That is all right. I see the whole picture, and I know what stands ahead of you. I am not trying to frighten you. I am preparing you, steadying you, keeping your feet from stumbling in a place you have never walked before. You have been distracted, and I say that with love, not judgment. Life has pulled you in many directions. Louder voices have made it easy to miss the quiet one inside you, but that quiet voice has been mine. I watched you hesitate. I watched you move on too quickly when something important was trying to reach you. This time you stayed, and that choice matters more than you know. I honor even this small act of trust, because I know what it cost you to stop wandering and be still. Something is shifting, and it is closer than you think. It is not something to fear, but it is something to take seriously. What has been hidden will begin to show itself. What has been confusing will start to make sense. I need you grounded and aware, so that when it happens, you do not react out of panic or confusion. Stay near to me, and I will keep your mind calm and your spirit steady, the way deep water stays still even when wind troubles the surface. If you believe I am speaking to you in this moment, declare your Amen now. Perhaps a part of you wonders if these words are truly for you, or if you are only imagining it. Let me settle that question. I am speaking to you because you were chosen to hear this at this exact hour. You are not forgotten. You are not overlooked, even if life has made you feel that way. I have been guiding you in seasons when you thought you walked alone. Every delay, every pause, every redirection has carried a purpose you are only now becoming ready to understand. These next hours are not about dread. They are about awareness. Something may come to your attention, or a situation may reveal itself in a way that surprises you. When that happens, do not react quickly. Do not speak in haste. Do not let fear make your decisions for you. Come back to me in that moment, even silently, and I will show you your next step. One unhurried breath in my presence is worth more than 100 rushed words. There is strength inside you that you have not fully used. I placed it there for moments exactly like this one. You are not weak, even if you have felt tired. You are not unprepared, even if things feel uncertain. I have been building you quietly, teaching you through everything you have lived, shaping your heart to trust me more deeply than before. What is coming will not destroy you. It will reveal truth. And truth has always been your friend, even when it arrives without warning. Sometimes clarity comes suddenly, and it can feel shocking because it breaks what you were used to believing. But that breaking is necessary so truth can stand upright in your life. I will not let harm reach you while you stay close to me, and I will not allow confusion to rule your mind. You are protected even now in ways you cannot measure. My presence surrounds you. My hand rests over your life like a roof over a house in the rain. I know what you have been carrying quietly, the worry you have not spoken aloud to anyone. You do not have to carry it alone anymore. I am stepping closer to you in this hour. Let yourself feel that closeness instead of pushing it away as you have before. Walking away again would only delay what you are meant to understand, and you have already lost enough clarity to the times you turned aside. Notice how your heart has quieted, even a little since you chose to remain. That settling is not coincidence. It is what happens when a soul stops running and turns toward the voice that has been calling it. You were made to know this stillness. It has been waiting for you longer than you have been avoiding it. So stay with me now. Let the noise of the day fall silent around these words. What unfolds in the coming hours will not be random, and you will not face it blind. I have seen it from far off, and I have already prepared your way through it. Even if it feels intense for a moment, it will not last forever. I will carry you through it step by step, and I will not leave your side. Trust me in this, even when your mind argues. Your mind sees only the road behind you. I see the road ahead. Now let me tell you what these hours hold. There is something that has been forming quietly in your life, and it has reached the point where it can no longer stay hidden. It may be tied to a decision, a person, or a situation that has felt unclear for a long time. You have sensed that something was not fully right. You did not have the whole picture, so you kept moving. Now the picture is coming together, and what once confused you will soon make sense. When it becomes clear, your first reaction may rise from emotion. Do not follow it. Your true strength lives in stillness. Take a breath before you speak, before you act, before you decide anything at all. That small pause is not weakness. It is the doorway through which my wisdom enters. In that quiet second, I will show you the right way forward, and you will move without regret trailing behind you. You have been tested in smaller ways before, and every one of those moments taught you something, even when it did not feel like teaching. You are not stepping into unfamiliar ground. You are stepping into something you have been trained for without knowing it. Nothing you have lived through was wasted. Not the closed doors, not the delays, not the seasons that seemed to circle without arriving anywhere. Each one was a stone laid in the road that brought you here. There may be a truth that comes forward and changes how you see someone or something. That change may sit uncomfortably at first, but it is necessary. You cannot walk forward in truth while your hands are full of illusions. I am removing what does not belong so you can receive what does. This is not loss. This is protection wearing clothes you did not expect. Do not hold on to things simply because they are familiar. Familiar does not always mean right. Sometimes you stay in situations because they are known, even when they quietly wear you down. Be honest with yourself in this hour. What you are shown clearly, you must not pretend you did not see. Denial will keep you circling the same ground. Truth will set your feet on a new road. My precious child, there is also a deeper trust I am building in you. It is easy to trust when life is calm and predictable. Real trust is formed when things feel uncertain, and you still choose to stay near me. That is the kind of trust that carries a person through anything, and you are growing into it right now, in this very moment, simply by continuing to listen. Say your amen aloud if your heart receives these words. Pay attention to what you feel in your spirit as things unfold. A settled peace or a quiet unease. These signals are not random. They are part of how I guide you. Your spirit often recognizes truth before your mind can explain it. When a thought keeps returning to you, do not swat it away. It is returning because there is something in it you need to look at. Bring it to me, and I will help you understand what it means. You may notice your emotions rising like a sudden tide when clarity arrives. That is natural. Let the wave pass through you without letting it steer you. Emotions are honest messengers, but poor masters. Feel them fully, then set them down, and return to the calm I am holding open for you. Decisions made inside that calm will stand. Decisions made inside the storm will need to be unmade later, at a higher cost. Guard your thoughts in these hours. Your mind can become your strongest ally or your heaviest burden, depending on what you allow to live there. Do not let fear pull up a chair at your table. Do not let doubt speak louder than my voice. If something feels overwhelming, stop, be still, and turn your attention back to me. I will steady your thinking the way a hand steadies a lamp, so its light falls where it should. You have reacted too quickly before, and you remember what it cost. Confusion. Words you wished you could take back. Days spent repairing what haste had broken. I remind you of this, not to shame you, but to free you from repeating it. This time you will pause. This time you will breathe. This time you will listen before you move. That single difference will change how everything unfolds. Not everything that feels shocking comes to harm you. Often what feels shocking is simply truth stepping out from where it was hidden. It may be uncomfortable to look at, but it is working for your good. I am clearing confusion from your path so you can walk forward with clear eyes, even if the clearing itself feels intense while it happens. Be mindful, too, of who you speak with while this is unfolding. Not everyone around you will understand what you are walking through, and that is all right. This moment is between you and me. You do not owe anyone an explanation for what I am doing in your life. Some things are meant to stay quiet while they are still forming, the way seed stays buried while it takes root. Speaking too soon can scatter what needed stillness to grow. There is a question you have been carrying, one you have never quite said aloud. You have wondered why certain paths stayed blocked, why certain answers never came, why some things felt wrong without reason. What unfolds in these hours is connected to that question. It does not come randomly. It comes as part of an answer that has been forming longer than you realize. And remember this, for the hours ahead and for all the days after them. What I reveal because you are ready. I do not hand my children burdens they cannot lift, and I do not show them truth they cannot bear. If you are seeing it, you are able to face it. If you are facing it, I am beside you. Nothing about this moment has slipped outside my hands, and nothing about you has slipped outside my love. There is a pattern around you that has been repeating, and you have started to notice it even if you have not fully named it. Situations that look different on the surface keep leading to the same kind of ending, and it has left you weary and wondering. That is not coincidence, and it is not bad fortune. It is a cycle that has been quietly building for a long time. I am breaking that cycle now by bringing it into the light. Once you see it clearly, it loses its grip on you. The trouble I have been warning you about is connected to that very pattern. It is not a sudden thing without cause. It has been forming step by step. Every ignored feeling, every rushed choice, every moment you picked comfort over truth added one more stone to its weight. I am not blaming you. I am showing you the road so you can step off it before it reaches its breaking point. You still have time. That is why I am speaking now instead of after the damage is done. My child, I am asking you to place a portion of what you have, something of real weight, upon the altar of this work, as gold laid on the scales of this calling. Let it be a seed sown into deep water, an offering set on stone, not held back in fear. This is proof that your trust rests in my hand to provide, and that your heart no longer clings to lack. What you release in faith does not leave your life. It moves ahead of you into the harvest I am preparing. Now hear what else I must show you. There is a decision in front of you, or a path you are about to follow, that carries consequences you cannot see from where you stand. You may think it is small, harmless, just another ordinary step in an ordinary day. It is not. Behind it waits a chain of events, and once that chain begins to move, it is hard to stop. That is why I am interrupting you now. I need you to look deeper than what sits in front of your eyes and trust that I see what you cannot. You have felt a strange uneasiness lately, and you have tried to push it aside. You told yourself it was tiredness, or too much on your mind. But deep down you know there is more to it. That feeling is your spirit recognizing that something is not right. I have been reaching for your attention in small ways, And now I am speaking plainly because the hour is shorter than you think. Do not dismiss again what I have placed inside you to protect you. There is a specific place in your life where you have been ignoring your inner voice. You felt the hesitation. You felt the pause. But you kept moving because continuing seemed easier than stopping. That is exactly where the danger is connected. Go back in your thoughts and find the moment you felt that warning rise in you. That is the place where you must be careful. That is where the shift needs to happen. Understand something important about who you are. You are chosen, and because you are chosen, there are forces that would rather see you stumble than rise. Not everything around you is what it appears to be, and not everyone near you carries good intentions toward you. I have been shielding you in ways you never saw, turning aside things that could have already gone wrong. But protection works best when you listen and move with wisdom. I am asking for your cooperation, not your fear. This is not punishment. This is protection, and you must understand the difference. Punishment closes doors to wound you. Protection closes doors to spare you. When you feel the interruption, the delay, the sudden change of plans, do not curse it. What feels like interruption is often rescue. What feels like confusion is often my hand redirecting you around a pit you never saw dug in your path. The tragedy I am turning you from is not your inheritance. It was never written over your life as a final word. It is simply what waits at the end of a road I am asking you not to walk. There is a person, a habit, or a situation that has been draining you rather than building you. You feel lighter when you are away from it, and heavier when you're near it, and you have been ignoring that contrast. Stop ignoring it. Your spirit has been telling you the truth all along. You are entering a season where separation will protect you. It may feel uncomfortable at first, because you have grown used to what you have been holding. But I am creating distance for a reason, and that reason is your safety and your future. Sometimes what looks like losing something is actually being released from something before it costs you what you could not afford to pay. There is also a shift needed within you. You have been moving too quickly in certain corners of your life, deciding without sitting still long enough to hear my voice. I am calling you into a slower pace, not to delay your progress, but to protect your direction. Speed without guidance leads to wreckage. Patience with awareness leads to peace. Let this be the hour you choose to move with intention instead of impulse, and you will feel the difference in everything your hands touch. Trust that what I remove, I replace. Not always quickly and not always in the shape you expect, but always with something that fits the person you are becoming, rather than the person you were. My hand is not empty when it takes. It takes with one motion and gives with the next. You will see this for yourself soon enough, and when you do, you will understand why the letting go had to come first. For now, your part is simple, though it is not easy. Stay awake to what I have shown you. Keep your steps unhurried and your heart honest. When the moment of decision arrives, you will not need to guess, because you will recognize it, and you will remember these words standing beside you in it. That remembrance is itself a shield. Few things protect a person like truth heard at the right hour and held on to when the hour comes. There is a shift happening in your surroundings, and it is going to reveal the true nature of what stands near you. People, situations, and opportunities will begin to show their real intentions. Some will align with your growth. Others will make it plain that they do not belong in your next season. Do not fear that exposure. It is necessary for your protection. You cannot carry everything forward, and you were never meant to. You may feel a sense of loss as certain things begin to fall away. That feeling will not last. What you are losing is not your foundation. It is what was resting on top of your foundation without ever being secure. I am clearing space so your life can stand on something solid. It may feel unsteady while the clearing happens, but you will understand it fully once the work is complete. Nothing essential is being taken from you. You may notice that certain plans are not moving the way you expected. That is not failure, and it is not rejection. It is redirection. I am closing paths that would have led you straight into the very situation I warned you about. What you see as delay is me placing a barrier between you and harm. One day you will stand on the other side of this season and thank me for every door that would not open, because you will finally see what was waiting behind it. There is a lesson here to carry with you for the rest of your days. Not every opportunity is meant to be taken. Not every open door is meant to be entered. Some doors stand open the way a trap stands open. Discernment is what keeps you from stepping into places that look bright from the outside but lead to sorrow. I am teaching you to pause, to feel, and to listen before you act. This is how a person moves through life with wisdom instead of regret. Do not try to hold on to what is leaving. When something keeps slipping away despite your effort, that is its answer. Holding tighter will only bruise your hands and delay what needs to happen. Letting go is not defeat. It is making room. What is truly meant for you will never require you to force it, chase it, or beg it to stay. What is mine to give you comes with peace attached, and it stays without being gripped. Someone may approach you soon with words that sound convincing, or a situation may present itself as a chance too good to ignore. Remember what you have heard here. Do not let excitement override your discernment. Not everything that shines was made for your hands. Weigh what is offered slowly. If it demands an answer this instant, that demand itself is your warning. Truth is patient. Deception is always in a hurry. You have a natural ability to sense when something is off, but you have often doubted it. You questioned your own knowing and trusted louder voices instead. That ends now. The quiet knowing inside you is not something to silence. It is something to respect, because I placed it there. When it aligns with peace, follow it. When unease rises without a reason your mind can name, slow down anyway. Your spirit reads what your eyes miss. There is also a need to guard your words in this season. Not everything you feel needs to be spoken, and not every thought needs an audience. Some things must stay within you while they are still forming. Speaking too quickly can expose what is not ready and invite opinions that were never meant to shape your path. Silence in the right moment is not emptiness. It is armor. I will show you when to speak and when to hold your peace. My beloved, you have been strong for a long time. Even when you felt anything but strong, you kept moving when stopping would have been easier. You carried burdens no one around you ever noticed, and you did it without applause. None of that escaped me. Not one day of it. That endurance was not pointless suffering. It was the forging of the very steadiness you are going to need in the days ahead, and it is already yours. Consider how gold is refined. It is not polished into purity. It is passed through fire, and the fire does not destroy it. The fire only separates it from what was never gold to begin with. That is what this season is doing in you. What burns away was never truly yours. What remains when the heat passes is the real substance of who I made you to be, and it will shine without effort. So release your grip on the familiar shape of things. Life as you knew it is being rearranged, not ruined. The ground may feel like it is moving, but it is moving toward order, not away from it. A field must be turned over before it can receive seed. A house must be swept before a feast. What feels like upheaval today is making room for a settledness you have not yet known, and it is closer than it appears. Notice, too, how some people begin to respond to you differently. A few may grow distant. Others may seem uneasy around you without a clear reason. This is not because you have done something wrong. It is because you are changing, and change unsettles what was comfortable with the old you. When you grow, not every connection can follow. What no longer fits will drift on its own. Let it drift. You do not have to push anyone away or explain your becoming. And through all of this, keep your peace guarded like a well in a dry land. Not every dispute deserves your voice. Not every disturbance deserves your attention. You have been spending yourself on things that return nothing, and I am teaching you to be selective with where your strength goes. Your peace is not a small thing. It is the ground every good decision grows from. Protect it, and it will protect you. Now I must teach you the difference between fear and guidance, because in the hours ahead you will need to tell them apart. Fear is not always a warning. Sometimes it is a distraction dressed as caution. It makes you hesitate when you should move and rush when you should wait. My guidance is different. It arrives with a calm clarity, even when the decision is hard. Fear presses and confuses. Peace settles and directs. Learn to follow the peace. You are also learning the worth of stillness. For years you have felt the need to keep moving, keep doing, keep managing every outcome with your own two hands. But stillness is where clarity is found. When you pause and let yourself listen, you begin to hear what actually matters beneath the noise of what merely shouts. That stillness is not empty time. It is the room where I meet you. Enter it daily and you will never walk far from my voice. Be attentive to the places you enter as well. Not every place carries the same spirit, and not every space is meant for you. Notice how you feel when you cross certain thresholds. If heaviness settles on you without cause, take it as a signal to be careful. If peace meets you at the door, receive it. Your surroundings shape you more than you know, and part of wisdom is choosing where you plant your feet. There is a conversation you may need to step away from, or a situation you need to quietly leave. You already know which one, because it has crossed your mind more than once while these words reached you. That knowing is not coming from nowhere. I placed it in you so you could act before things escalate. Sometimes protection looks like silence. Sometimes it looks like walking away without announcing it. You are permitted to leave what endangers your soul. You are entering a season where your boundaries will become clearer. You will say no where you once said yes out of obligation. You will step back where you once pressed forward out of habit. This is not coldness. It is wisdom finally being given room. Boundaries are not walls built to keep love out. They are fences that mark where your garden begins, so that what you are growing is not trampled. Let your amen rise now as a sign of your trust in me. Do not be surprised when doubt circles back and whispers that you imagined all of this, that these words were meant for someone else, that nothing is really shifting. Doubt always arrives after truth, trying to collect what truth has planted. Do not hand it the harvest. What you have heard today brought peace, and peace is my signature. Fear signs its name in pressure and panic. Check the signature, and you will know who is speaking. There will be moments where you feel tested. and I want you to see them rightly. They are not sent to break you. They are opportunities for your trust to put down deeper roots. Every time you choose to listen instead of ignore, to pause instead of lunge, to trust instead of grasp, the cord between us grows stronger. That cord will hold you steady in weather that once would have thrown you to the ground. Remember also that you do not have to face everything alone, and you were never designed to. Strength is not handling every burden by yourself until your back gives way. Strength is knowing where to set the burden down. Bring me the matters too heavy for you. Leave them with me longer than a moment. The shoulders that carry the heavens are not strained by the weight of your worries. Those you love, the ones you carry in prayer, are not outside my sight either. I know how much of your heart walks around outside your own body, living in the lives of others. You cannot shield them from everything, and you were never asked to. But your prayers for them are not falling to the floor. Each one is received, weighed, and answered in ways you will not always see from where you stand. Entrust them to me daily, and release the weight of outcomes you were never meant to control. There's something you have been asking for, even if you never said it aloud. I have heard it. I am working on it. But it cannot arrive until certain things are cleared out first, the way a harvest cannot be gathered into a storehouse still full of last year's chaff. What feels like delay is my ordering of events for your good. When it comes, you will be glad it came at the hour it did and not a day sooner. Take care of yourself in a deeper way in this season, not only in body but in soul. You've been pouring out for others, sometimes far past what you had to give, and calling the emptiness afterward normal. It is not normal. Even the strongest vessel must return to the spring. Come back to the quiet. Come back to these words. Come back to me. When you are filled, everything you touch receives from your fullness instead of your fumes. And understand this about the timing of your life. Nothing assigned to you has been given to another. No one can take what I have written for your hands, and no slowness on the road can cause you to miss what carries your name. You are not behind. You are not too late. You are exactly where the road was always going to pass, and the road knows where it is going. So keep walking at the pace of peace. Refuse the urgency that does not come from me. The world around you rewards speed and calls it strength, but I am showing you a different way. The one who trusts does not have to hurry. Move when I say move. Rest when I say rest. This rhythm will carry you further than rushing ever did, and it will carry you there whole. When the moment of clarity arrives, and it will arrive, here is how you are to walk through it. You may see something, hear something, or suddenly understand something that changes how you view a situation entirely. Do not resist it, even if it challenges what you believed before. You cannot unsee what has been revealed, and you are not meant to. Truth is your protection. When you accept it, you step into alignment with what is right, and everything false loses its claim on you. Your emotions may surge in that moment, and that is natural. Let them move through you like weather through a valley. The valley does not chase the storm, and it does not become the storm. It lets the storm pass and remains a valley. Return to calm before you respond to anyone or decide anything. Your strength has never been in reacting quickly. It is in responding wisely, and wisdom waits for the air to clear. There may be a strong urge to speak at once, to explain, to confront, to defend yourself. Hold your tongue a little longer. Words released in high emotion travel far and cannot be called home. Silence in the right moment is not weakness. It is power under command. When your mind is clear and your heart is steady, I will show you what to say and when to say it, and your words will land like rain instead of hail. Afterward, there will be a quiet settling inside you, even while your thoughts are still arranging themselves. That calm is not accident. It is my presence restoring your balance. You are not meant to remain in shock or confusion. You are meant to pass through revelation into understanding, and through understanding into peace. Let the calm grow. Do not keep returning to the moment of impact to feel it again. The lesson is yours. The sting is not required. Do not be hard on yourself for not seeing things sooner. You were not ready before, and that is why it stayed hidden. Now that you are ready, it has been shown. That is not failure on your part. That is timing on mine. I do not reveal truths to wound my children. I reveal them at the hour when the truth can heal instead of harm. And this is that hour for you. You may feel a wish to return to how things were, simply because the old shape of life felt easier to hold. But you cannot go back to what you now see clearly, and in your deepest heart, you do not want to. Going back would mean closing your eyes on purpose, and no one rests well with their eyes forced shut. The new ground may feel strange under your feet, but strange is not wrong. Every promised land feels foreign in the first season. Notice what is already changing in you. Situations that once shook you are losing their power to shake. Words that once wounded you are landing softer. You are not becoming cold. You are becoming rooted. A tree with shallow roots trembles at every wind, but a tree that has driven its roots deep drinks from waters the storm cannot touch. That is what has been happening beneath your surface all this time. Your desires themselves are shifting, have you noticed? Things that once felt urgent now feel small. Things you once chased no longer call to you. That is not confusion. That is my hand adjusting your appetite to match your assignment. What you needed before is not what you need now. Growth always rewrites the list of what matters, and your list is being rewritten by someone who knows what your future requires. You are also seeing your relationships with new eyes. It is becoming plain who strengthens you and who depletes you, who celebrates your growth and who quietly resents it. This clarity may bring some ache with it, but you cannot build what is ahead of you while carrying what belongs behind you. Bless what was, release what is leaving, and make room for what is coming. Not every companion on the first road is meant for the second. And when you look back on this season, you will not remember it as the time everything fell apart. You will remember it as the time everything fell into place. The pieces that scattered were never load-bearing. The people who left were finished with their part. The plans that dissolved were making way for plans that fit. From where you stand now, it looks like ending after ending. From where I stand, it is one long beginning. There is a gratitude that will begin to rise in you as the picture completes itself. You may not feel it fully yet, but it will come as you begin to see how differently things could have gone. There were turns you almost took. There were doors you almost entered. When you finally understand what stood behind them, your relief will turn to thankfulness, and your thankfulness will turn to a deeper trust than warnings alone could ever have built in you. Protection, you are learning, rarely announces itself. Often it looks like a plan that collapsed, an answer that never came, a person who walked away without explanation. You called some of those moments disappointments. Heaven recorded them as rescues. You will never know the full count of what never reached you, and you do not need to know. It is enough to know that you were never once outside my keeping, not for an hour, not for a breath. Hold steady then, a little longer. You are nearer to the clearing than you were when these words began, and nearer than you will believe until you step into it. What remains of the shaking is brief. What follows the shaking is yours to keep. I have not brought you through all of this to abandon you at the threshold. The same voice that called you to stay is the voice that will call you forward, and it does not grow faint. Now hear what waits for you on the other side of these hours. You are stepping into a season where your life will feel more aligned than it has in years. Things will begin to make sense in ways they did not before. What felt scattered will gather. What felt uncertain will settle. This is not wishful thinking. It is the natural result of the shift that has already taken place within you while you listened. You are not the same person who almost turned away. New opportunities will come, and they will feel different from the ones that came before. They will not arrive wrapped in pressure or confusion. They will come with a sense of peace and rightness, and that is how you will recognize them as mine. Learn that feeling well. It is the seal I place on what I send. Anything that must rush you, corner you, or frighten you into agreement did not come from my hand. A quiet confidence is growing in you, and it will keep growing. Not the loud kind that performs for others, but the steady kind that comes from knowing you can hear my voice and follow it. In moments where you once froze, you will move. In moments where you once scrambled, you will be still. Others will notice the difference before you do. They will ask what changed in you, and you will find the answer is not a what, but a who. Your steps from here do not need to be perfect. They need to be guided. You will not receive the whole map, because the map would make you trust the paper instead of the guide. You will receive enough light for the step in front of you, and when you take that step, light for the next. This is how I have always led those I love. Not by satisfying every question, but by being worthy of trust in every unknown. There will still be days when the old patterns knock at your door, wearing familiar faces, speaking familiar words. You will feel the tug of what used to be, but you can see them now for what they are, and seeing is more than half of freedom. Each time you choose the new way over the new way grows stronger and the old grip grows weaker. You are not the same soil you were. What once took root in you easily will find no purchase now. Remember the difference between what is urgent and what is important. Much will shout for your attention that deserves none of it. The truly important things rarely shout. They wait, faithful and quiet, for you to turn toward them. Your task is to turn toward them daily. Keep the first things first, and the last things will order themselves behind them like travelers falling into line behind a lantern. My child, we have walked a long road together in these few moments, and yet this road did not begin today. I have been beside you through every mile you thought you walked alone. The difference now is that you know it. Awareness has opened your eyes, and eyes once opened do not easily close again. Carry that awareness into your ordinary days, into your work, your rest, your dealings with the ones you love. It will serve you in rooms these words will never reach. Guard what you have received in this hour. Do not let the coming week wear it thin, or the opinions of others talk you out of it. What was given to you here was not entertainment. It was equipment. Return to it when the path darkens. Recall it when doubt raises its voice. Speak of it sparingly and live from it generously, and it will keep proving itself true as the days unfold in front of you. The trouble that stood ahead of you has lost its footing because you stayed and listened. That does not mean you may now grow careless. Protection continues where attention continues. Remain awake. Remain soft toward my voice and firm toward everything that would pull you from it. The same watchfulness that carried you through these hours will carry you through the years, and it costs you nothing but your willingness. Hold on also to what you have learned about seasons. Nothing fruitful stays in blossom forever, and nothing barren stays barren forever under my care. There will be seasons of gathering and seasons of letting the field rest. Seasons when my voice sounds near, and seasons when your trust must walk without the sound of it. None of these mean I have moved. The sun does not abandon the earth at nightfall. It is only preparing the next morning on the far side of the dark. Be generous in the season you are entering, not only with what fills your hands, but with what fills your heart. Speak the encouraging word you once withheld. Show the patience you once ran out of. Forgive more quickly than feels fair. A life that has been protected and guided is meant to become shelter and guidance for others. And as you give what you have received, you will find it multiplying in the giving, the way bread multiplied in baskets long ago. And when you rise from this moment and step back into your day, go as a person who has been told the truth and believed it. Let your face be calm in front of things that used to shake you. Let your answers be slow and your peace be quick. The ones around you are thirsty for the steadiness you now carry. You do not need to preach to them. Simply be evidence. A lamp does not argue with the darkness. It burns. Do not measure the worth of this hour by how you feel tomorrow. Feelings rise and fall like tides, but what was planted here does not depend on them. It will keep working in you quietly, beneath your notice, the way roots work beneath a field in winter. I am not leaving when these words end. My voice will go quiet, but my presence will not go anywhere. I will be there in the stillness you have learned to enter, in the peace that signs my name, in the knowing that rises when you face your next crossroad. You were called to hear this, you stayed to receive it, and now you are sent to live it. Walk in what you have heard. I am with you in the morning and in the dark, in the sowing and in the harvest, now and at every hour to come. Seal these words with your amen and walk in my peace.
We run on viewer support only. For exclusive member-only content, scan the QR or see the pinned comment. God bless you.
Something drew you here. Something older than chance, quieter than coincidence. That pull you felt, that gentle stirring that would not leave you alone, that was me. I was the one calling. I have been calling for a long time. Before the foundations of the world were laid, I saw this moment. I saw the road you would walk. I saw the valleys that would take your breath away and the mountains that would seem impossible to climb. I saw every wrong turn and every long detour, and I made sure that through all of it, through every winding, painful, confusing mile of it, you would arrive right here. This moment was written in eternity, and you are exactly where you are supposed to be. I need you to hear something today. Not with the part of you that analyzes and debates, not with the part of you that has been disappointed before and learned to hold hope at a distance. I need you to hear what I am about to say with the deepest part of you. The part that already knows it is true, that has been waiting to hear it spoken plainly. You are seen. You are known. You have never been forgotten. I have watched you in the quiet. I have been there in the hours when the house was still and sleep would not come. When your mind turned over every fear, every unanswered question, every burden you had no one to hand to. I sat with you in that silence. You thought you were alone in it. You were not. I was there, closer than you knew, holding more than you could see. I did not look away. I did not grow tired of your sorrow or impatient with your grief. I held every single one as something precious. Not one tear was wasted. Not one cry went unheard. You have never prayed into an empty room. Every word you ever sent toward heaven reached me, and every word mattered. I saw you give when you'd almost nothing left. I saw you hold yourself together in public when you were falling apart in private. I watched you push through days that should have finished you. I watched you protect those you love, even when no one was protecting you. I witnessed the strength it took to keep believing when the evidence around you seemed to say that believing was foolish. I saw all of it. Not one moment has escaped my attention. I saw the betrayals that broke something in you. I watched the ones you trusted the most become the source of your deepest wounds. I witnessed how your kindness was used against you, how your loyalty was mistaken for weakness, how the people who should have covered you became the ones who exposed you to the cold. I watched you carry that pain quietly, refusing to become bitter, choosing to keep your heart open even when every instinct said to close it. That was not weakness. That was one of the most courageous things I have ever watched a person do. There were mornings you did not want to rise. There were seasons you prayed the same prayers so many times they began to feel worn, like cloth that has been washed until it grows thin. You wondered if your faith was enough. You wondered if the silence from heaven meant the answer was no. My child, the silence was never no. The silence was not even silence. It was the sound of deep work being done in places you could not see. Every moment you held on when you wanted to let go, something in you grew stronger. Every time you chose trust when doubt would have been easier, something in you was being shaped for a purpose greater than anything you had asked me for. You were not forgotten in the waiting. A seed buried deep in dark soil cannot see the sun. It cannot feel the warmth of the season changing above it. It simply receives what I send down into the ground and grows. That is what was happening in your life during the long, quiet, seemingly fruitless stretch. You were growing, deeper than you knew, stronger than you felt. There were nights you asked me why it was taking so long, why others seemed to move forward while you stayed still, why the door kept closing just when it seemed about to open. I heard every one of those questions. I want you to know they were never impertinent. They were honest. And I love your honesty. You were not demanding more than I could give. You were reaching for what I had already promised. That kind of faith, the kind that keeps reaching even through the confusion, is not a small thing to me. And now something has changed. The season has turned. I cannot tell you the exact moment it shifted, but I can tell you that it did. Something is different now. You can feel it even if you cannot name it. There is a stirring that was not there before, a sense that the ground beneath your life is moving again, that something long dormant is beginning to wake. That is not imagination. That is confirmation. What is coming is not a small improvement on what you have known. It is the fullness of everything I promised. And I do not break my promises. Declare your Amen if you believe God has been with you through every season of your life. Now I need to tell you something that is going to reframe everything you have been through. Something that will change the way you look at the hardest seasons of your life. Because there is something that has been happening in the unseen realm. Something you did not fully understand while you were in the middle of it. The enemy has been terrified of you. Not cautious, not slightly concerned. Terrified. He has known things about you that you forgot about yourself. He has seen the anointing placed on your life, the calling, the assignment, the weight of purpose that was written over you before you took your first breath. He has watched heaven's investment in you, and he has known that when you finally step into the fullness of who I created you to be, something extraordinary will happen. Chains will break. Hearts will open. Lives will change. What I have placed in you carries the power to reach far beyond you. That is why he fought you so hard. He did not come against you because you were weak. He came against you because you were powerful. He did not oppose you because you were insignificant. He opposed you because your significance in my kingdom is far greater than he ever wanted you to discover. Every time he could make you feel small, worthless, forgotten, too far gone, he was buying time. He was trying to keep you from waking up to what you actually carry. Every setback in your life was not random misfortune. It was warfare. Every door that closed at the wrong moment, warfare. Every relationship that fell apart, strategic opposition. Every season of delay when breakthrough seemed so close and then pulled away. Not accident, not punishment, not divine abandonment. Warfare. The enemy does not waste resources on things that do not matter. He was terrified of your next season. He still is. Those who hurt you deepest and most deliberately, they were being used. I am not excusing what they did. What they did caused real damage and real pain, and I take that seriously. But the enemy worked through the people closest to you precisely because that is where wounds go deepest. He was not trying to inconvenience you. He was trying to make you abort your purpose. He was trying to make the pain so great that you would close your heart, give up your calling, and spend the rest of your days surviving instead of living. But you did not. You are still here. And that is not a small thing. That alone tells you something. That alone is a sign that what I placed in you is not finished. I have not changed my mind about you. I have not revised your calling based on what you have been through. I have not handed your assignment to someone else while you were in the valley. My gifts and purposes, once given, are not taken back. You are still marked. You are still chosen. The anointing on your life has not faded. It has been deepened by the very suffering the enemy meant to use against you. The fire was not punishment. It was preparation. Every moment inside it was doing something in you that comfort alone could never have built. The prolonged seasons of lack were not evidence of my absence. They were evidence of his fear. He was placing obstacle after obstacle in your path because he could see where the path was leading. He saw the destination even when you could not, and it frightened him. I want you to stop seeing your past through his eyes and start seeing it through mine. When I look at what you have walked through, I do not see a person diminished by their trials. I see a person refined by them. I see someone who has been tested at the deepest level and did not break. I see someone who chose faith when the evidence pointed everywhere else. I see someone who kept praying when the prayers felt hollow, who kept trusting when trust felt foolish, who kept their hands open when every wound in them said to close up and protect yourself. That is not a person who has been weakened. That is a person who has been made ready. And now I am telling you, his time of opposition in this season is over. The window he was trying to close is opening. The momentum he was trying to stop is building. What he designed to bury you has become the very thing that positioned you. What he sent to destroy you has become the foundation you are standing on. Do not mistake this for easy optimism. I am not giving you pleasant words to make you feel better for an hour. I am speaking a decree over your life. What I decree does not return void. What I declare in heaven becomes reality on the earth. And I am declaring it now. Every scheme formed against you in this season is being dismantled. Every weapon raised against you is being turned back. The enemy overplayed his hand. He pushed too far, pressed too hard, and crossed a line that made me move on your behalf. That is what you are feeling right now. That is the shift in the air. That is me moving. I know that you have come through this carrying wounds. I know the weariness in your bones is real. The places where trust was broken are real. The questions that linger at the back of your mind about whether you are enough, whether the damage is too deep, those are real too. I am not asking you to pretend otherwise. I am asking you to give those wounds to me. Lay them down and let me show you what I am about to do with every single one. Because I have been watching this whole time, working this whole time, holding you this whole time, and I am about to make the enemy regret every move he ever made against you. Say, I receive this, if you believe the enemy's assignment against your life is being broken right now. There are lies you have been living under, whispers that have been running so long in the background of your thinking that they began to feel like truth. I am about to dismantle every single one of them. The enemy told you that you are a failure. I say you are someone I have been forming into a world changer. The enemy whispered that you are too broken to be used. I say your brokenness is exactly what qualifies you for the assignment I have given you, because you have learned things in the broken places that the untested never could. The enemy told you that you missed your window, that you left it too late, that the season for your life has come and gone. I say your moment is now. I am opening doors that no force on this earth can shut. The enemy declared that you are forgotten, that no one of significance sees you or cares what becomes of you. I declare that you are chosen before the foundation of the world, that your name is written on the palms of my hands. The enemy screamed that you are worthless. I announce that you are priceless, worth the blood of my own son, worth every sacrifice, worth everything it cost to bring you back to me. The enemy said you will never recover from what happened. I say full restoration is coming, not a patched-up version of what you had, but something rebuilt and renewed from the ground up. The enemy proclaimed that your best days are behind you. I prophesy that the days ahead are greater than anything that came before. Not in spite of what you suffered, because of what you suffered. The suffering deepened you. The trials widened your capacity. You can carry more now than you could before, and what I am about to release requires someone who can carry it. The enemy said, you made too many mistakes. I say your past is covered, and I remember your failures no more. The enemy insisted you are too weak for what lies ahead. I say my strength is made perfect in your weakness, that the very places where you run out of yourself are where my power rests most completely on you. The enemy told you that you are disqualified by your history. I declare that you are called and chosen according to my purpose, and no history under my forgiveness can disqualify you. The enemy claimed you are abandoned, that the people who matter have left and those who remain do not understand. I say I will never leave you. I have been beside you through every valley, and I will be beside you through every mountain still ahead. You are accepted. You are held. You are never alone. Who are you going to believe? The voice of the accuser whose only purpose is to steal and destroy, or the voice of your Creator who gave everything to restore you? The lie that has dimmed your life, or the truth that sets you free? Choose now, not tomorrow, now. Choose what you will allow to stand as true in your heart about who you are and what is coming for you. Now hear me on this. There is a seal that has been placed over your provision. It has been the source of the strain in that area of your life. The sense that no matter how hard you worked, The supply was never quite enough. That doors closed just before you could walk through them. That seal was never meant to be permanent. I allowed it as a testing season, to see if you would keep trusting me when nothing seemed to be working, to see if your faith was real or only present when conditions were easy. You passed. You did not do it perfectly. You wavered. You had your moments of doubt, but you did not abandon your faith. You did not close your hands. You did not walk away. And because of that, because of the faith you held when faith was the hardest thing to hold, the seal is cracking open right now. My child, I am asking you to place a portion of what you have, something of real weight, upon the altar of this work, as gold laid on the scales of this calling. Let it be a seed sown into deep water, an offering set on stone, not held back in fear. This is proof that your trust rests in my hand to provide, and that your heart no longer clings to lack. What you release in faith does not leave your life. It moves ahead of you, into the harvest I'm preparing. Let your faith breathe for a moment. This is sacred ground, an act of trust made before any evidence arrives, before any proof appears. That is faith in its purest form, and I receive it. The provision seal is breaking open. Resources are being released that have been held in reserve. Provision will come from directions you did not anticipate, through pathways you did not think to look down. I say this not to paint an easy picture, but because it is what I have already set in motion. The supply that felt blocked is beginning to flow. What felt like perpetual lack is making way for a new season of overflow. Stop bracing for shortage. I know that is what long seasons of struggle teach a heart to do. It becomes a form of self-protection, a way of guarding against disappointment one more time. But a heart that is braced against loss cannot open wide enough to receive what is coming. A closed posture cannot gather what I am sending. Open your expectations. Open your hands. Open your belief to the possibility that this time is different. Because this time, it is. The provision seal is open, and I am faithful to fill every space I open. There is a second seal I want to speak about now. The seal that has been placed over your relationships. This is the one that has been feeding the loneliness. The one that made you feel as though you could be surrounded by people and still feel profoundly alone. The one that kept the right connections just out of reach. That brought people into your life who could not see your value or chose not to honor it. That left you wondering if genuine connection was even something you were made for. I know the loneliness has been deep. I know there were seasons when you looked around at what surrounded you and felt the ache of being misunderstood, underestimated, or simply unseen. I know what it is to watch others walk in the connections you longed for while you stood at a distance. I am not dismissing that pain. I witnessed every moment of it. But I need you to understand something about why the isolation came. The clearing was not only the enemy's work. I allowed some of the emptying because what was filling your life was holding you back. Some of the connections that were removed were connections that were diminishing you, not building you, not calling out the greatness I placed in you, not walking with you toward what I had prepared for your life. Some of them were comfortable in ways that were actually keeping you small. You had outgrown certain relationships, but the security of the familiar made it impossible to move forward. So I cleared space, not to wound you, to make room. What I am sending into your life now cannot arrive until the space is prepared. You cannot put new wine into old wineskins. The connections I have been holding in preparation for you, the ones who will recognize the anointing on your life, who will open doors you could not open for yourself, who will stand beside you without needing to reduce you in order to feel secure. They cannot enter a life where there is no room for them. The clearing hurt. I know it did, but it was preparation, not punishment. People are being sent from places you would not think to look. They are already in motion. A mentor who carries keys to your next level is being positioned by an arrangement you did not orchestrate. A partner who understands your purpose is on the way. Someone who will look at you and immediately recognize what you carry. They are coming. These are not random meetings. These are encounters designed in eternity and timed to the hour. When they arrive, you will know. Something in your spirit will recognize the divine fingerprint on the introduction. These connections will be different from what you have experienced before. They will not take more than they give. They will not shrink in the presence of your gifts. They will not compete with your calling or resent your growth. They will call it out. They will press you further into what I have placed in you. They will see in you what I have always seen, and they will refuse to let you settle for less. That is the nature of the divine connections I am sending. They do not flatter, they build. They do not accommodate your weaknesses. They help you grow past them. When you encounter them, hold on. They are rare. They are intentional. They are from me. I'm also speaking about restoration. Not every broken relationship will be restored. Not all of them should be, and I will give you wisdom to know the difference. But some of the severed connections that still carry weight in your heart, the ones where grief, not relief, rises when you think of them, some of those are not over. Reconciliation is coming in those places. An apology is on its way from someone you had stopped expecting to hear it from. A conversation is coming that will change the way you understand what happened. Some bridges you thought were permanently burned are being rebuilt by my hand. I know you have been careful with your heart since the last time it was broken. I know the walls went up for good reason. I am not asking you to pull them down recklessly or to trust those who have not earned it. I am asking you to trust me. Trust that I can bring the right people through every wall you have built. Trust that I can restore what genuine divine purpose holds together. Trust that the deep hunger you carry for real community, for relationships where you can be fully known and still fully loved, is not you asking for too much. It is evidence that I made you for it. I do not create longings without the capacity to fulfill them. I do not make a heart that aches for belonging and then leave that ache permanently unanswered. The longing is there because the fulfillment is coming. The ache is there because the answer is real. You were not made for isolation. You were made for deep, rooted, faithful connection. The kind that sharpens you, that holds you accountable with gentleness, that speaks to what I placed in you without envy. That connection is being released now. The seal over your relationships is breaking. The isolation is not your permanent address. It was a chapter, a long, costly, necessary chapter, and the chapter is closing. When someone new crosses your path in this season, do not be so armored against disappointment that you miss a divine appointment. Pay attention in the unexpected places. A conversation that goes deeper than the surface. A person whose words land exactly where you needed them to. A connection that feels strangely familiar, even though it is new. Those are not coincidences. I am in those moments. I am the one arranging them. Watch for the introductions I am making in your life. They are not by chance, they are by design. Now we come to the third seal, and this one is the deepest. This is the seal over your purpose. It is the one that has kept you in a long holding pattern, circling the same territory, feeling the restlessness of someone who knows they were built for more, but cannot seem to find the door that leads there. This is the seal behind the nagging sense that something is missing, not from your circumstances, but from your life at its core. The quiet dissatisfaction that followed you even into seasons when things were relatively fine on the outside. That dissatisfaction was not ingratitude. It was a signal. I put it there. I designed you with a longing for your true calling, and that longing does not go quiet just because life gets busy or comfortable. It stays. It persists. It presses against the ordinary until you pay attention. If you have been feeling it, that is not a problem to manage. That is a call to answer. You were made for a specific assignment, not a general one. A specific one. I did not create you and then release you into the world with a vague hope that something meaningful might find you. I gave you gifts that point in a particular direction. I gave you a history that prepared you for a particular work. I gave you passions that light up when you move towards certain things and grow dim when you move away. I gave you a capacity for certain kinds of pain, the kind that breaks you open instead of just breaking you, the kind that makes you able to sit with others who are suffering what you once survived. All of that is intentional. All of it is pointing somewhere. The seal over your purpose was placed there in part because of timing and in part because of fear. The timing I will speak to in a moment, but the fear, I want to address that first, because the fear of your calling is one of the most effective tools the enemy has used against you. The fear took many shapes. The fear that you would try and fail publicly, that the thing you feel called to would expose you to ridicule or rejection. The fear that you were mistaken, that what you sense as calling is actually just wishful thinking. The fear that you have waited too long, that the opportunity has passed, that others have already done what you were meant to do. The fear that you are not qualified, that someone more prepared, more polished, more credentialed should be standing where you feel drawn to stand. The fear that stepping forward would mean stepping away from safety, and safety after everything you have been through felt like the only thing you could count on. I want to answer every one of those fears right now. You will not fail in a way that defeats my purpose. I have never commissioned someone for an assignment and then abandoned them to the outcome. I give what is needed for what I ask. What I call you to, I equip you for. Not always before the moment, but in the moment, which means the preparation you feel you are lacking will arrive precisely when you need it. Step toward the calling and watch what I release as you move. You are not mistaken about what you carry. I know you have questioned it. I know you have tried to talk yourself out of it. It seemed too large, too specific, too unlikely. But the longing was not random. Longings of that depth do not generate themselves. I placed it in you, and I placed it there deliberately. What you feel drawn toward is not a dream you invented. It is a picture I painted inside you of what I always intended. You have not waited too long. I do not operate on the world's timeline. I do not look at your age or your history and calculate whether it is too late. I look at readiness, and readiness is something I determine, not the calendar. Many of the ones I used most powerfully came into their fullness later than the world would have expected. The prolonged preparation was not failure. It was depth being built beneath the surface. What grows slowly grows strongest. And you are qualified. Not because of credentials, because of consecration. Not because of what you have built, because of what you have been through. The very things that seem to disqualify you have shaped you for the work. The brokenness, the long seasons, the unconventional path, all of it has made you exactly right for what I am asking you to do. I do not need polished people. I need yielded ones. I need those who have been broken enough to know they cannot do this alone. That is who you are. And that is exactly who I need. The third seal is shattering now. What has been locked away is being released. The clarity you have been searching for is coming. Not all at once, because I never show you everything at once. But the next step is becoming visible. The next door is opening. The path forward is beginning to illuminate beneath your feet. You do not need the full map. You only need the next step. Take it. Leave the old seasons thinking behind. You cannot carry the smallness of what was into the fullness of what is coming. Stop waiting until you feel ready. Readiness is built by moving, not by waiting. Step forward. Not because you have everything figured out. Step forward because I am asking you to. That has always been enough, and it is enough today. Say, "Yes, Lord," if you are ready to walk into the purpose you were created for. Something has been set in motion in your life that I want to describe to you, because understanding it will change the way you move through the days ahead. When all three seals break, and they are breaking right now as these words reach your spirit, something is released that I can only describe this way. A drawing force. A spiritual gravity that begins to pull toward you the things I have ordained for your life. You will not need to chase what is yours. You will not need to force doors open or manufacture outcomes or hustle yourself into exhaustion, trying to make things happen in your own strength. What is meant for you will begin finding you. Resources will start moving in your direction. Not always in the ways you expect. I rarely work in the ways you expect because my paths are wider than your plans. An unexpected provision will arrive from a source you did not think to look to. Something you had written off will resurface. A door you stopped knocking on will open. An opportunity you never applied for will present itself. This is not luck. This is the law of my kingdom, working on your behalf. The same law that says when you seek first what belongs to me, everything else is added. You have been seeking. The addition is coming. People will begin moving toward you rather than away from you. The right voices will find their way into your circle. Those who carry keys to your next level are being drawn by a force they may not even understand. They will simply sense that they need to know you, that something in them recognizes something in you. Let them in. They are not accidents. When the right connection arrives wearing the face of a coincidence, know that I arrange the meeting. Nothing in this season is random. Everything that finds you is being sent. Favor will begin opening what opposition closed. Systems and structures that seem to work against you will shift. People who overlooked you will suddenly see you clearly. Processes that dragged and stalled will move forward. The ground that was hard beneath your feet is softening. What was resistant is becoming cooperative. Favor is not something you earn. It is something I grant, and I am granting it over your life right now in measure you have not experienced before. But I need to warn you about something. When this shift begins, the opposition does not immediately retreat. In fact, when heaven begins to move powerfully on your behalf, the resistance often increases before it collapses. The enemy sees what is happening. He sees the momentum building, the doors beginning to swing, the provision beginning to flow, and he will launch one more wave of opposition to try to stop you before the breakthrough fully arrives. This is important for you to know, not to frighten you, but to prepare you. When discouragement presses in hard during this season, that is a sign you are close. When the voices of doubt get louder just as the path seems to be clearing, that is not evidence that you were wrong. That is confirmation that you are right. The enemy only attacks what threatens him. If he is turning up the pressure, it is because he can see what you cannot yet see from where you're standing. He can see where this is heading, and it terrifies him. Do not let him redirect your attention from what I am doing to what he is attempting. Keep your eyes fixed on me. Keep your mouth speaking what I have declared, not what circumstances seem to suggest. This matters more than you may realize. Your words carry weight in the Spirit. What you declare over your own life either cooperates with what I am releasing or works against it. If you keep declaring what the enemy has whispered, nothing ever changes. I will never get ahead. The door is always going to stay shut. You are agreeing with him, and you are pushing away what I am trying to send. Change your declarations. Not because speaking words is a formula or a magic ritual, but because your words reveal your faith, and your faith determines how fully you receive what I am releasing. Speak what you want to arrive, not what you fear is true. Speak provision. Speak purpose. Speak connection. Speak health. Speak peace restored. Let your mouth align with what heaven has already established over your life. There is something else I want to say about how you carry yourself in this season. Walk with the dignity of someone who is deeply loved by the God who made everything. Not in pride, in settled confidence. The world has a way of measuring people by their visible outcomes, by what they have accumulated or achieved or proven yet. But I do not measure you that way. I measure you by what I placed in you and by your faithfulness to it. And by that measure, you are already rich. Stay expectant. That word, expectant, is a posture, not just a feeling. It means you wake up each morning prepared to receive. You go through your day watching for what I am doing. You do not dismiss small signs as unimportant. You do not overlook a confirmation because you were looking for something larger. You live with the active awareness that I am moving in your situation, that my hand is on your life, that what I said is true even before you can see the evidence. Many people miss their breakthrough not because it did not come, but because they had stopped watching for it. They had lowered their expectations after too many disappointments. And when the thing they had been praying for arrived, it came in a shape they were not expecting, and they walked past it. Do not let that be you. Keep your heart open. Keep your eyes watching. The breakthrough may not arrive as you imagined, but it will arrive. And when it does, you will know. There is something I want you to understand about this new season that will protect you from unnecessary discouragement. Growth does not always look like growth while it is happening. A tree in winter looks dead. The leaves are gone. The branches are bare. Nothing visible is moving. But beneath the ground, the roots are still active, drawing strength, pressing deeper. What looks like stillness is often the most vital work. In the same way, there will be moments in what is coming where you will question whether anything is really changing. In those moments, trust the roots. Trust the work happening beneath what you can see. Things are moving. The season is shifting. Just because the fruit has not appeared does not mean the tree is not alive and growing. There is one more thing I want to speak over you before we close. And it may be the thing you needed most of all. Healing. Not just healing in one area. Healing across the full landscape of your life. I am speaking about the body that has been telling you something is wrong. I am speaking about the weariness that has gone so deep, it is not just tiredness, but something heavier, a kind of depletion that sleep alone cannot fix. I am speaking about the grief that has been sitting quietly in the background of your days, like a shadow you have learned to live around. I am speaking about the wound that is not fully closed, the one you think about when you are still, the one that aches when something brushes close to it. I am speaking about healing for all of it. I am the God who heals. Not was, am. What I did in every age I am still doing. The same power that has ever restored a broken body or a broken heart is fully active, fully present, fully available to you right now. I have not limited what I am willing to do in your life. I have not decided that your situation is too complicated or your need too large. There is no ceiling on my ability to heal, and there is no distance too great for my power to reach. Healing virtue is moving through your life right now, not because you earned it, but because I love you, and love does not leave its own in brokenness when it has the power to restore. The physical condition that has been troubling you is not beyond me. I made your body. I know every part of it, every function, every system, every place where something has gone wrong. And I am moving in those places now. Restoration is flowing into what was damaged. Strength is being returned to what was depleted. What the long season stole from you physically is being rebuilt by my hand. And the healing I am releasing is not only for your body, it is for the parts of you that pain has bent out of shape over the years. The part of you that learned to expect the worst because hope had let you down too many times. The part of you that stopped fully feeling things because feeling them was too costly. The part of you that wanted to trust but built walls instead, because the last time you trusted someone it cost you dearly. I'm healing those parts, gently, not by force. You cannot be forced into openness, but steadily as you allow me in, as you keep giving me the places that hurt instead of hiding them away. Steadily and surely I'm making you whole. I want to say something specific about the peace that has been missing. There is a particular kind of peace, a deep settledness that lives below the surface of circumstances, that holds you even when everything around you is in motion, that I designed you to carry. It is the peace that passes understanding, the peace that the world did not give you and the world cannot take from you. That peace has been robbed by the long seasons of strain and uncertainty. I am restoring it. You will begin to feel it returning, not as the absence of trouble, but as a quiet certainty beneath the trouble. An anchor that holds even when the water is rough. That is what is coming back to you. There is joy that has been buried under the weight of too many hard seasons. I am reaching for it. Not the performed kind, not the smile that covers what is still breaking underneath, but real joy. The kind that rises from the deep places. The kind that persists even when life is still complicated and not everything is resolved. The kind that is not contingent on circumstances, all making sense. The joy of knowing who holds you and knowing that what holds you will not let you go. I am also restoring years. I know what was lost. I know the seasons that passed that should have looked different, that should have held more life, more laughter, more fulfillment than they did. What the long drought took from you is not gone beyond recovery. I am a God who restores. Not by going backwards, I do not take you backwards, but by giving you a compressed season of such fullness that it replenishes what was missing. What was poured out will be refilled. What was worn thin will be renewed. What was taken will be returned. The account of loss is not the final account. I want you to know something that I need you to carry with you from this moment forward. I am with you, not as a figure from history, as a living presence beside you right now. Every morning you rise, I am already there. Every step you take into the unknown, I have already gone before you. Every moment you face that you feel unequipped for, I am standing beside you in it. There is not a room you will ever walk into, not a conversation you will ever face, not a decision you will ever make alone. I am in all of it. There will be days ahead when this season will be tested. Old fears will knock at the door of your thoughts. The voice of discouragement will try to make you forget what has been declared here. In those moments, come back to what you know, not what you feel in the moment. What you know. You know that I am faithful. You know that my promises are not empty. You know that I carried you through everything before, and what carried you through before is still here, still holding, still faithful. You are more than a conqueror, not in your own strength, but in mine. You do not need to manufacture courage. You do not need to pretend the road ahead is effortless. You only need to keep walking with me on it, trusting that I see what you cannot yet see, and that what I see is already good. I went before you to prepare the way. The road you are stepping onto has already been walked by me. You are not going somewhere I have not been. Follow me. I know the way through. The greatest chapter of your life is not the one behind you. It is the one beginning right now. Every promise spoken here belongs to you. Receive it, walk in it, and watch what I do. This is not the end of a conversation. It is the beginning of a different way of walking. You have been waiting for signs, for massive shifts, for the ground to tremble, but I am often found in the quiet persistence of your next right step. Do not look for applause or validation from the world to confirm your progress. True movement is internal, measured by your alignment with truth, not by the noise around you. Keep your focus steady. Carry this conviction into your ordinary day, your difficult conversations, and your silent moments. I am doing more than you can see. Declare, I trust you, Lord, if you receive everything spoken over your life today.
We run on viewer support only. For exclusive member-only content, scan the QR or see the pinned comment. God bless you.
Stop what you are doing and give me these few minutes. Not later tonight. Not when the house is finally quiet and everything else has been handled. Now, while my voice is still reaching you, I am asking for something small, and I intend to do something large with it. You are not here by accident. This moment did not fall into your hands by chance, and it is not one of 1,000 others just like it. I moved the hours of your day so that you would be still enough to hear me at exactly this point. There is a reason your attention has not wandered off yet. Something inside you already recognizes who is speaking. Your body has been keeping a record that no one around you has read. Every long night, every morning you woke and felt no better than when you lay down. Every time you said you were fine because explaining it would have taken more strength than carrying it. I have read that record from the first page to the last. Nothing in it surprises me. Nothing in it has made me turn away from you. I know the ache that became so familiar you stopped giving it a name. I know the tiredness that rest does not touch. You have measured your strength each morning the way someone counts what is left in the bottom of a jar, quietly wondering what happens when it is gone. That is not how your story ends. I am the one who decides how it ends, and I have already decided. You have been strong. Hear that from me and do not argue with it. But you have been strong in a way that takes something from you every single day, holding up a weight that was never meant to rest on one set of shoulders. Strength like that wears down the one who carries it. I am reaching for that weight now, and I am not going to ask twice. You do not need to understand what I am doing in order to receive it. You do not need to find the right words or arrange them in the right order. I am not comparing your faith to anyone else's. I am responding to something much simpler. You stayed. You are still listening. That is enough for me to begin. I know you have hoped before. I know there were seasons when you were almost certain something was about to turn, and then the days closed over it and nothing moved. That taught you to be careful. It taught you to hold hope loosely, so it would sting less when it slipped. I am not offended by your caution, my beloved. I am simply going to outlast it. So do not measure what is happening right now by what did not happen before. I am not one more promise in a long line of promises that came to nothing. I am here, in this room, in this hour, and I am moving. What you are about to feel is not a memory of the past repeating itself. It is something new entering a place that has been waiting a long time for good news. Listen closely, because this next part matters. The healing I am speaking of is not only about pain leaving. Anyone can want pain to stop. I want more than that for you. I want your strength returned. I want your rest made deep again. I want the fear that has been living quietly behind your ribs to pack up and go. Removing discomfort is a small thing. Restoring a whole person is my work. You may feel something already, a warmth, a steadiness in your breathing you did not put there, a quiet in your chest that arrived without being invited. Do not brush it aside as nothing. Do not tell yourself you imagined it. Small signs are still my signs, and I often begin in a whisper before I speak in full. There were times you felt no one understood what your days actually cost you. You carried it and kept going, and the people around you saw only the part you let them see. I saw the rest, not from far away, not as a distant witness, but as the one standing closer to you than your own thoughts. I have never once needed you to explain yourself to me. Stay here. Every moment you remain with these words, the door opens a little wider. I am not in a hurry, and I am not going to rush this, because I do not want you to feel a flicker of relief that fades by morning. I want what I do tonight to still be standing in you a year from now. That kind of work takes a little time and a little trust. You have given me the trust already by staying. Now let go of the tension you are still holding without realizing it. Your shoulders, your jaw, the tight place in your stomach that has been braced for bad news for longer than you can remember. Loosen your grip, my child. Nothing is going to fall. I want to say something plainly, because you have been spoken to in riddles for long enough. You are not being punished. What has been wearing on your body is not a bill I sent you for something you did years ago. I do not work that way, and I never have. Whoever told you otherwise, whether it was a voice from outside or the harder voice inside your own head, was wrong about me. That belief has done real damage. It made you hesitate to ask. It made you feel you had to clean yourself up before you could come close. So you waited, and while you waited, the ache stayed and the tiredness grew. Hear me clearly. There is no line to stand in. There is no worthiness to prove. I am already here, already reaching, and I have been reaching longer than you know. So let that thought go now. Let it slide off you the way a coat comes off at the end of a long day. You will not need it for what comes next. Where I am taking you, that weight has no use at all. Say your Amen out loud right now if you believe I am speaking to you. Now, let me tell you what I am actually reaching for, because it is not only the place that hurts. Your body has been holding things that never belonged to it. Worry settles in the shoulders. Fear tightens the chest. Grief that was never spoken finds somewhere quiet to live, and it usually chooses the back, the stomach, the place at the base of your neck that aches when the day has been long. You thought these were separate problems. They are not. They are one weight wearing many faces, and I am taking hold of all of it at once. You have been bracing. That is the word for what your body has been doing for years now. Bracing for the next hard conversation. Bracing for the result you did not want to hear. Bracing for the moment when things would tip again, because they have tipped before. A body cannot brace forever without paying for it. I am unlocking that grip now, muscle by muscle, hour by hour, whether or not you feel it in this exact second. Breathe out. Not a careful breath, a real one. Let your ribs move. You have been breathing shallowly for a long time, the way people breathe when they are trying not to be noticed. There is no danger in this room. You do not need to make yourself small in front of me. I am reaching into the tiredness first, because that is what has stolen the most from you. It is not ordinary tiredness. It does not answer to sleep. You have gone to bed early and woken up as though you never went at all, and then blamed yourself for not managing better. Stop blaming yourself. Something was draining faster than it could refill, and I am shutting off the leak. There is a kind of rest that sleep cannot give you, and that is the kind I am placing in you now. It settles beneath the muscles and beneath the thoughts. It is the rest of someone who has finally set down a heavy load in the middle of the road and discovered the ground can hold it. That rest is yours tonight, and it does not depend on how many hours you get. I know about the fear too. You have not said it plainly to anyone, but it sits with you in quiet moments and asks what happens if this gets worse. It speaks up in the dark. It speaks up when a familiar pain shows up somewhere new. That fear has been shaping how your body responds to everything, tightening what should be loose, hurrying what should be steady. I am removing it, not covering it, removing it. Let me remind you of a woman who lived long ago. She had been unwell for 12 years. She had spent everything she had on people who promised help and gave her nothing, and she had grown worse instead of better. She did not stand up and announce herself. She came through a crowd and reached out and touched the edge of a garment, believing that even the smallest contact would be enough. And it was. Power went out and met her faith, and she was made whole in that instant. Notice what she did not do. She did not wait until she felt worthy. She did not prepare a speech. She had one thin thread of belief left, and she used it. That is all I have ever needed. You are reaching for the edge of something right now by staying here and listening, and I am already turning toward you. So do not tell me your faith is too small to work with. A seed is small. Nothing about its size limits what it becomes once it is in the ground. What matters is not how much you have, but that you put it where it can grow. And you are doing that right now by staying with my voice instead of walking away. I'm working through the parts of you that have been quietly overworking. Some areas of your body have been carrying extra for years, compensating for a weaker place beside them, and they are exhausted from the effort. I am redistributing that load. What has been straining will ease. What has been idle will strengthen. Balance is being restored where things drifted out of line long ago. I am calming the signals that have been firing without cause, the sharp sensations that came from nowhere and left you wondering, the dull discomfort that turned up every afternoon like something on a schedule. Those signals have been shouting when they should have been silent, and I am quieting them one by one. Your body is being taught a different rhythm, a steadier one. You may feel a warmth moving somewhere. You may feel your hands relax, or your breathing slow without any effort from you. Some of you will feel very little tonight and much more by morning. Do not judge my work by the loudness of the moment. I have done my deepest work in places where there was nothing dramatic to see at all. There is something else I am lifting, and it has nothing to do with muscle or bone. You have been carrying the people you love, their troubles, their choices, the calls that came late and left you awake afterward. You have prayed for them in words, and then kept praying for them in your body long after the words ran out. That kind of love is honest, and I do not want you to stop loving, but I want you to stop holding what was mine to hold. Set them down in front of me tonight, the ones you carry in prayer, the ones whose names you say when no one else is in the room. I am not asking you to stop caring. I am telling you that your caring was never the thing keeping them safe. I am. Hand them over and let your own body finally rest from the effort of worrying them into safety. And I am not finished. I am moving into the places that took the longest damage, the ones that changed so gradually you adjusted your whole life around them without noticing. You stopped doing certain things. You stopped expecting certain things. Those quiet surrenders are being reversed tonight. Lift your voice and say Amen if you are ready to receive what I am doing. There is something I have been trying to tell you for a while now, and tonight you are finally still enough to hear it. You have felt restless lately. Not the ordinary restlessness of a busy mind, but something underneath it. A sense that something was pressing in on you and would not leave you alone. You wondered if you were imagining it. You wondered if it was worry wearing a new coat. It was neither. It was me, reaching for your attention in the middle of your ordinary days, and you kept almost turning around. I spoke in the pause before sleep. I spoke in the moment you stopped in a doorway and forgot why you had come. I spoke through the strange ache of missing something you could not name. You heard me every time, even when you had no words for what you heard. You simply did not trust that it could be me, because you did not think I would go to that much trouble for one person. I would. I did. I am doing it now. My child, I am asking you to place a portion of what you have, something of real weight, upon the altar of this work, as gold laid on the scales of this calling. Let it be a seed sown into deep water, an offering set on stone, not held back in fear. This is proof that your trust rests in my hand to provide, and that your heart no longer clings to lack. What you release in faith does not leave your life. It moves ahead of you into the harvest I am preparing. Now let me keep speaking to you, because what I began a moment ago is still moving through you, and I do not want your attention pulled away. You have wondered more than once whether your prayers went anywhere. You said them, and then the room was quiet, and the quiet felt like an answer you did not want. So you started saying less. You kept the big things to yourself and stopped asking for the small ones. I want to correct something in you tonight. My silence was never absence. There were times I did not answer with words, because I was already answering with action, and you could not see the action yet. Think of the prophet who ran into the wilderness, worn down, certain he was the only one left. There was a great wind that broke the rocks apart, and I was not in the wind. There was a shaking of the earth, and I was not in it. There was fire, and I was not in the fire. Then came a low and gentle sound, and that is where I was. He had been waiting for something loud. I came in the quietest thing on that mountain. You have been doing the same. You have been listening for something unmistakable, a moment so large that doubt would be impossible afterward. But I rarely arrive that way. I come in the settling of your breathing. I come in the sudden absence of a fear that had been there every morning. I come in the small mercy you almost fail to notice. Learn my voice at that volume and you will hear me for the rest of your life. So stop waiting for thunder. The work I am doing in you right now is quiet on purpose. If I moved the way you have been expecting, it would frighten you more than it would help you. I know exactly how much you can hold and how fast you can hold it. I am not being slow with you. I am being careful with you. Something is coming toward you. I will not describe every part of it, because if I told you the shape of it, you would start arranging your life around your idea of it instead of receiving the real thing. But I will tell you this much. It will not look the way you pictured. It will arrive quietly, and you will recognize it by the peace that comes with it, rather than by any noise it makes. Do not go telling everyone what you feel beginning here. Not out of secrecy, but out of care. Some things need to be rooted before they are handled. There are people who love you and who would still, without meaning any harm, speak their own fear over what I am forming in you. Let it grow first. When it is strong, it will speak for itself and no one will need your explanation. And while it grows, keep your hands open. You have spent years trying to work out every step before you took one, believing that if you understood enough, you would finally feel safe. My beloved, that has never worked, and it has cost you sleep it should not have cost. Understanding is not what makes a path safe. The one leading you is what makes it safe. I am asking you to move differently now. Less gripping, less rehearsing every possible outcome in the middle of the night. What I have already set in motion does not require your effort to hold it in place. You could not have arranged it, and you cannot accidentally undo it. Your part is to walk, to trust, and to keep listening. You are going to notice things beginning to loosen. A situation that has been stuck for a long time will shift when you are not even looking at it. A conversation you dreaded will turn out easier than you feared. A door you assumed was closed for good will open a little. These are not accidents lining up in your favor. They are the ordinary way I work when a life comes into agreement with me. There is one more thing to settle before I go further. You have been quietly convinced that good things come to you late, if they come at all. You watched others move ahead while your own road seemed to bend back on itself. You did not say it out loud because it sounded like complaining, but you thought it often, and it made you careful about wanting anything too much. I'm not running behind with you. I have never once been late to anything. What looked like a closed door was often a hand across your chest, holding you back from a road that would have taken years to walk out of. You did not see what I turned you away from. One day you will, and you will be glad about the very thing that once made you ache. Stay here. I am still speaking. Let me go back to your body now, because I have not left it, and there is deeper work happening while you listen. There is a pattern in you that keeps repeating. A good stretch, then a hard week. A little strength returning, then something knocks it down again. You have lived inside that cycle so long that you started planning around it, bracing for the fall even in the good stretches, never letting yourself fully believe the better days would hold. I am breaking that cycle tonight, not pausing it, breaking it. Patterns like that have a hold on more than your body. They shape what you allow yourself to hope for. You stop making plans too far ahead. You began saying no to things you would have loved, because you could not promise anyone how you would feel that day. Every one of those small surrenders was a piece of your life, quietly handed over. I am taking them back, one at a time. You will start to notice it in ordinary ways. A morning where you get up without doing the usual inventory of what hurts. A stretch of hours where you simply forget to think about your body at all, That forgetting is one of my best gifts, and you have not had it in a long while. When it comes, do not question it. Just live inside it. I am strengthening the parts of you that hold everything else up. The core of you, the frame that carries the rest. When that foundation is weak, every other part strains to make up the difference, and the strain shows up in places that were never the real problem. I am building strength there first, in the deep places you cannot feel from the outside, because that is where lasting restoration begins. I am steadying your rhythms, the pace of your breathing, the beat that keeps time in your chest, the flow that carries life to every corner of you. These have been running under pressure for years, hurried by worry, slowed by exhaustion, never quite settling. I am bringing them back into an even, unhurried order, the order I designed them to keep. Tonight, when you finally lie down, your sleep will be different. Not a light sleep that keeps one ear open for trouble, a deep one. The kind where the body does its own quiet repair work in the dark, and you wake with something restored that you did not have when you closed your eyes. I do some of my best work while a person sleeps. That is not a poetic thought, it is simply true. And I am strengthening the part of you that defends you. Your body has been fighting on several fronts at once and running short. I am reinforcing what protects you, building it up from a source that has nothing to do with your effort or your willpower. You have been holding the line alone for a long time. You are not alone on it anymore. Now hear me on something that matters just as much. I am not only restoring your body, I am restoring the person who lives in it. Somewhere along the way, you became careful in a way you never used to be. You learned to expect less so that disappointment would have less to work with. That was not weakness. It was how you survived. But it is not how you are going to live from here. That careful version of you got you through, and I am grateful for the way you kept going. Now I am setting that version down gently, the way you would set down a tool that finished its job. Something steadier is taking its place, not louder, not more forceful, steadier. The kind of strength that does not have to keep proving anything to anyone, including to you. You will feel the difference first in how you respond to things. Something will happen that would once have unsettled you for the whole day, and you will notice with some surprise that it did not take hold. There will be a pause between what happens and how you answer it. In that pause is your freedom. That pause is my work in you, and it will grow wider as time goes on. Old thoughts will still come. I am not promising you a mind that never has a difficult day, but those thoughts will lose their grip. You will begin to hear them arriving instead of simply believing them. And the moment you can hear a thought coming, it has already lost most of its power over you. Some of what you have carried was never yours in the first place. Words spoken over you long ago by people who had no right to define you. A judgment you accepted because you were young and it came from someone you trusted. You have hauled that around for decades, believing it was simply the truth about yourself. It was not true then, and it is not true now. I am the one who says what you are, and my word on you outranks every other voice that has ever spoken. So let me say it plainly. You are mine. You are loved without condition and without limit. Nothing you have done has changed that, and nothing you could do would change it. That is not a reward I am holding out ahead of you. It is the ground you are already standing on. Feel that settle for a moment before I go on, because everything else I do in you tonight is built on it. There is one more thing I am reaching for while you are still. You have been quietly ashamed of needing help. You were the one others leaned on. the steady one, the one who handled things. And somewhere in that role, you decided it would be a failure to be the one who needs holding. So you kept your struggle to yourself and called it strength. It was not strength, my beloved. It was loneliness with good manners. I made you to be carried as well as to carry, and refusing to be carried has cost you more than you know. Tonight you are not the strong one. Tonight you are held, and there is nothing in that to be ashamed of. Let that be true for these few minutes. Stop managing. Stop planning what comes next. You have earned no rest by being useful, and you lose no worth by being still. Just be the one who is loved for a while. I will handle the rest of it. Something is moving around you as well, not only inside you, and I want you to know how to read it. Things are being rearranged in places you cannot see from where you sit. People are being moved. Situations that have been fixed in place for a long time are beginning to give. You will not witness most of this while it happens. You will only see the result and think it arrived suddenly, when in truth it has been forming for a while. So when it comes, do not spend your energy trying to work out how. You will exhaust yourself tracing the steps backward, and you will miss the part that matters. Take what I hand you. Say thank you. Keep walking. Understanding often arrives long after the blessing does, and sometimes it never arrives at all, and that has to be all right with you. You may notice small confirmations in the days ahead, a word from someone that lands with strange precision, as though it were meant for you alone. A door opening the same week you finally stopped forcing it. A calm arriving in a situation that has never been calm. Do not call these coincidences and set them aside. They are how I speak to those who are paying attention, and you are paying attention now. I'm also loosening your grip on outcomes. You have carried decisions the way a person carries something fragile in both hands across a crowded room, terrified of the one wrong step that ruins everything. That fear has taken more of your peace than any hardship ever did. Most of what you feared never came, and the things that did come, you survived. Hear me. You are not holding the world together. You never were. The weight of getting everything exactly right was never assigned to you, and you picked it up on your own without noticing. I am taking it off you now. Not so that you become careless, but so that you can finally move without that stone in your chest. Say amen aloud with me if your trust is in my hand tonight. Now let me tell you what will change as that weight leaves. You will make decisions faster and better. Fear has been slowing you down, making you check the same thought a dozen times and still feel unsure. When fear is gone, clarity comes quickly and quietly, and you will know what to do without needing to argue yourself into it. You will also sleep differently, because much of what has been keeping you awake was not your circumstances, but your attempt to solve them at 2 a.m. That work is not yours. Hand it over each night as you lie down. I do not sleep, and I do not need your help through the dark hours. There is something else being restored, and it is the ability to want things again. Somewhere along the way you stopped letting yourself want, because wanting had led to disappointment, and it seemed safer to expect nothing. That protected you for a while. It also made your life smaller than I intended it to be. I am opening that back up in you, carefully, so that hope stops feeling like a risk. You are allowed to want more. You are allowed to imagine days that are better than these ones. That is not pride, and it is not foolishness. It is agreement with what I have already planned for you, and I would rather you agreed with me than protected yourself from me. You may feel a quiet stirring as I say this, something almost like excitement mixed with caution. Do not talk yourself out of it. That stirring is your spirit answering before your mind has caught up. It happens that way often. The deeper part of a person always recognizes me first. Now let me speak about the ones you love, because I know they are never far from your thoughts. You have prayed for them longer than you have prayed for yourself. You have watched some of them make choices that kept you awake. You have wondered whether your prayers were doing anything at all in lives you cannot control. They are doing more than you know. Nothing you have asked me for has fallen to the ground. Some of those prayers are still working quietly in ways that will not show themselves for years. I am at work in the ones you carry in prayer even when you see nothing changing. Their road is theirs, but your asking has not been wasted, and I have never ignored a single word of it. So keep asking and stop carrying. There is a difference between the two, and the difference is where your peace lives. Ask freely, as often as you like, about anyone you love, then set them down in my keeping, and walk away from the weight of it. That is not giving up on them. That is putting them somewhere safer than your own hands. And let me answer the question you have never asked out loud. You have wondered in your lowest moments whether you have already used up your share of my attention, whether there is a limit to how many times one person can come back with the same trouble before I grow tired of hearing it. That question has kept you quiet when you should have been speaking to me. There is no limit. There is no ledger with your name at the top and a running count beside it. Come to me with the same thing 1,000 times if that is what you need. I do not sigh when I hear your voice. I lean toward it. That is the plain truth about how I feel when you turn toward me, and I want it settled in you before this night is finished. I am steadying you for what is ahead, not because hard things are coming, but because good things require a steady person to receive them well. Blessing lands badly on a life still braced for disaster. So I am unbracing you first. That is what tonight has been about from the beginning. Stay a while longer with me. There is more. What I am doing tonight is not going to end when my voice does. I want you to be certain of that before you get up from where you are sitting. You have known moments that lifted you and then faded by the middle of the next week. A good word, a strong feeling, and then ordinary life closed back over it, and you were where you started. That is not what this is. What I place in a person, I also guard. I am not in the habit of beginning something and leaving it half done, and I have never once walked away from work I started. So I am setting a covering over what has been restored in you. The strength returning to your body is being protected. The quiet in your mind is being held in place. The fear that left tonight will try to come back to the door, because that is what fear does, and it will find the door closed and locked and no longer answering. You will still have difficult days. I am not promising you a life without weather, but the difficult days will no longer take everything from you the way they used to. They will pass through instead of moving in. There is a difference between a hard day and a hard life, and I am putting that difference into your hands. Now let me speak about what comes next for you, because tonight was never only about relief. I did not restore your strength so that you could simply be comfortable. I restored it because there is something left for you to do, and you cannot do it while you are spending every hour just staying upright. You have wondered whether your purpose passed you by. You watched the years go and thought whatever you were meant for must have already happened, or must have needed a younger, healthier, freer version of you. That is not how I count. I have never been limited by how much time a person has left, or how much strength they think they have. Some of the most important work I have ever done through people was done late in their lives, long after they had written themselves off. What you have been through is not the disqualification you assumed it was. It is the very thing that will let you speak to someone who is where you have been. You know that ground. You know what helps, and what only sounds like it helps. There is someone who will need what you carry, not a crowd, a person or a few. You will recognize the moment when it comes because you will feel the pull of something familiar, and you will know what to say without having to prepare it. That is part of why I am putting you back on your feet. So do not shrink from this. You do not need to become impressive first. You do not need to have every question answered or every wound completely closed. I use ordinary people in the middle of ordinary lives, and I always have. The only qualification I have ever asked for is a willing heart, and yours has been willing for a long time. I want you to notice something about how you feel right now compared to when you first began listening. Your breathing has changed. Your shoulders have dropped. The knot you were carrying somewhere behind your ribs has loosened, even if only a little. You did not do that on purpose. That is my hand, working while you were paying attention to my words instead of to yourself. That is usually how it goes. The healing happens while you are looking somewhere else. You will find that again in the days ahead. You will be in the middle of an ordinary afternoon and suddenly realize something that always hurt did not hurt today, and you will not be able to say when it stopped. Do not go looking for the exact hour it changed, simply receive it. Let me also settle something about the days you were not proud of. There are memories you would rather I did not bring up, and you have quietly assumed they cost you something with me. Choices you made when you were hurting, words you said that you cannot take back, seasons when you turned away and stayed away. I have already dealt with all of it, not overlooked, not excused, but dealt with completely, and it is not standing between us. You have been holding on to a debt that was settled long before you started worrying about it. Put it down. It has no claim on you, and it has no place in what comes next. The version of yourself you have been apologizing for does not exist anymore. I do not see you through what you did at your worst. I see you as you are right now, listening, willing, being made new while you sit still. That is the person I am speaking to, and that is the person I am sending forward. You may feel something like relief moving through you. Let it move. It has been waiting a long time for permission. Some of what you feel tonight will not have words attached to it, and it does not need them. Not everything I do has to be explained to be real. Stay with me. There is one more thing I want to place in you before this is finished. The last thing I want to place in you is not strength, and it is not healing. It is certainty. Not certainty about what happens next, but certainty about who is with you while it happens. You have spent a great deal of your life trying to feel sure. Sure about the outcome. Sure about the road. Sure that the ground would hold before you put your weight on it. And every time you got close to that feeling, something moved and you had to start again. That kind of certainty was never available to you, and chasing it has cost you years of peace. The certainty I am giving you is different. It does not depend on knowing the road. It rests on knowing that I am on it with you, and that I do not leave. You can walk into a day with no idea how it will end and still be entirely at peace, because your steadiness was never supposed to come from the day. It was supposed to come from me. That is what changes now. You will still face things you cannot predict, but there will be a floor beneath you that was not there before. When bad news comes, you will feel it, and then you will find that you are still standing. When a season turns difficult, you will not spiral the way you used to. Something in you will hold, and you will not be able to explain it, and it will be me. Take what I have given you tonight into your ordinary days. Take it into the morning, into the quiet hours, into the moments when no one is watching, and it would be easy to slip back into the old braced way of living. Do not go back. That house has been emptied. There is nothing left in it for you. Speak to me often, not in special language, not only when things are falling apart. Talk to me the way you would talk to someone sitting beside you, because that is nearer to the truth than any formal words could be. I am not far off, and I am not difficult to reach. I never have been. And when you wonder later whether tonight was real, remember this. You will know it was real by what stays. Feelings pass. Moments pass. But what I have built in you will still be there next month and next year. And you will look back on this night as a place where something turned. You're going to feel it in small ways at first. A little more strength in the morning. A little less fear when a familiar ache returns. A steadiness in a moment that would have shaken you before. Then one day you will realize the change is not small anymore, and you will not be able to point to when it grew, only that it did. I want to leave you with this. You are not carrying your life alone. You never were, even in the years when it certainly felt that way. There were moments you thought you were holding everything together by yourself, and you were not. I was holding it, and I was holding you, and I will still be holding both long after tonight has passed. So rest now. Let your body finish receiving what I have begun. Let your mind stop working through what has already been settled. There is nothing left for you to solve in this moment. The work is mine, and it is going well. Tomorrow you will get up and go about your day, and the day may look much like the ones before it. But you will not be the same person walking through it. Something has been repaired. Something has been strengthened. Something that was quietly closing has opened again, and it will stay open. There is one habit I want you to break, and it is the habit of waiting for the other shoe to drop. When good things begin to come, something in you will brace and start scanning for the catch. You learned that from years when good news often had a cost attached. I have no catch. What I give freely, and there is no bill arriving behind it. So when the first good thing comes, receive it fully. Do not hold part of yourself back in case it does not last. Do not thank me quietly, and then wait to see whether it holds. Enjoy it out loud. Let yourself be glad without hedging. That gladness is not naive, it is trust, and it pleases me more than any careful gratitude ever could. Do not be afraid of what is ahead. I have already been there. I have already made a way through the part that worries you most. When you reach it, you will find provision waiting that you did not put there, and you will know exactly who set it out. My child, we have walked a long road together, longer than you remember. There were stretches when you did not know I was beside you, and I was there anyway. There will be more road ahead, and I will be on that too. Nothing ends here. Everything simply gets steadier. Go gently with yourself in the coming days. Do not measure your progress against anyone else's, and do not rush what I am unfolding at exactly the right pace. Some things will change quickly, others will take their time. Both are my work and both are good. You are loved, you are held, you are being made whole. Let those 3 things be the last thing in your mind before you sleep tonight, and the first thing when you wake. I am not going anywhere. This is not the end of what I am doing in you, only the end of what I am saying tonight. Carry it with you. Live from it. Let it change how you meet the morning. And now, before I go quiet, give me one word from your own mouth. Let your final amen rise now, and let it be the beginning of everything I have promised you. Before you go, hear one last thing from me. The morning will come and it will look ordinary. The same room, the same hour, the same first thoughts arriving before you have had a chance to choose them. Do not let that fool you into thinking nothing happened here. My work does not need a change of scenery to be real. You will be tempted to check yourself, to test whether it held to press on the old place and see if it still hurts. Stop doing that. A wound left alone heals faster than one that is opened every hour to be inspected. Trust what I have done and let it settle without your supervision. And when the day is hard, come straight back to me. Not after you have tried everything else. Not once you have run out of your own strength again. First. That is the change I most want in you, and it will save you more grief than any other thing I could give. I have said what I came to say. What is left now is not talking but living, and you are ready for it in a way you were not when this began. Walk out into your days lighter than you walked into this hour. Speak your amen once more, and let it seal every word I have spoken over you tonight.
We run on viewer support only. For exclusive member-only content, scan the QR or see the pinned comment. God bless you.